Ladies and gentlemen, the Summit for Democracy will begin in 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden Jr., accompanied by the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to the first Summit for Democracy. This gathering has been on my mind for a long time for a simple reason. In the face of sustained and alarming challenges to democracy, universal human rights, and all around the world, democracy needs champions. And I wanted to host this summit because here in the United States, we know as well as anyone that renewing our democracy and strengthening our democratic institutions requires constant effort. American democracy is an ongoing struggle to live up to our highest ideals and to heal our divisions, to recommit ourselves to the founding idea of our nation, captured in our Declaration of Independence, not unlike many of your documents. We say, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all women and men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Democracy doesn't happen by accident. We have to renew it with each generation. And this is an urgent matter on all our parts, in my view. Because the data we're seeing is largely pointing in the wrong direction. Freedom House reports in 2020 that marked the 15th consecutive year of global freedom in retreat. Another recent report from the International Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance noted more than half of all democracies have experienced a decline in at least one aspect of their democracy over the last 10 years, including the United States. And these trends are being exacerbated by global challenges that are more complex than ever and which require shared efforts to address these concerns. By outside pressure, from autocrats. They seek to advance their own power, export and expand their influence around the world, and justify the repressive policies and practices as a more efficient way to address today's challenges. That's how it's sold. By voices that seek to fan the flames of social division and political polarization. And perhaps most importantly, and most worrying of all, by increasing the dissatisfaction of people all around the world with democratic governments that they feel are failing to deliver for their needs. In my view, this is the defining challenge of our time. Democracy, government of the people, by the people, for the people, can at times be fragile, but it also is inherently resilient. It's capable of self-correction and it's capable of self-improvement. And yes, democracy is hard. We all know that. It works best with consensus and cooperation. When people and parties that might have opposing views sit down and find ways to work together, things begin to work. But it's the best way to unleash human potential and defend human dignity and solve big problems. And it's up to us to prove that. Democracies are not all the same. We don't agree on everything, all of us in this meeting today. But the choices we make together are going to define, in my view, the course of our shared future for generations to come. And as a global community for democracy, we have to stand up for the values that unite us. We have to stand for justice and the rule of law, for free speech, free assembly, a free press, freedom of religion, and for all the inherent human rights of every individual. My late friend, Congressman John Lewis, was a great champion of American democracy and for civil rights around the world, learning from and gaining inspiration from other great leaders like Gandhi and Mandela. With his final words as he was dying to our nation last year, he reminded our country, quote, "Democracy is not a state, it's an act. Democracy is not a state, it is an act." So over the next 2 days, we're bringing together leaders from more than 100 governments alongside activists, trade unionists, and other members of civil society, leading experts and researchers and representatives from the business community, not to assert that any one of our democracies is perfect or has all the answers, but to lock arms and reaffirm our shared commitment to make our democracies better, to share ideas and learn from each other, and to make concrete commitments of how to strengthen our own democracies and push back on authoritarianism, fight corruption, promote and protect human rights of people everywhere, to act. This summit is a kickoff of a year in action for all of our countries to follow through on our commitments and report back next year on the progress we've made. And as we do this, the United States is going to lead by example, investing in our own democracy, supporting our partners around the world at the same time. From the earliest days of my administration, we pursued a broad-based agenda to prove that American democracy can still do big things and take on challenges that matter most. That's why we immediately passed what we call the American Rescue Plan, to get shots in people's arms as fast as possible at home and around the world, to help get this pandemic under control, and to stimulate inclusive and lasting economic recovery that's also helping to drive global growth. Last month, I was proud to sign a bipartisan piece of legislation, a true act of consensus between Democrats and Republicans in our country, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. This legislation will make a generational investment to deliver what people need most in the 21st century: clean water, safe roads, high-speed broadband internet, and so much more, all of which strengthens our democracy by creating good-paying union jobs that will translate to lives of opportunity and dignity for working people with better access to the tools and resources they need to thrive. And soon, I hope to sign into law a bill we call the Build Back Better Plan, which will be an extraordinary investment in our people and our workers and give American families just a little more breathing room to deal with their problems and their opportunities. Our domestic agenda has been focused on delivering for the needs of the American people, strengthening our democratic institutions at home. My first day in office, I signed an executive order to advance racial justice and equality. And my administration recently released our first national strategy on gender equality and equity. We're fostering greater worker power because workers organizing a union to give them the voice of the workplace in their community and their country isn't just an act of economic solidarity. It's democracy in action. We're making it easy for Americans to register to vote. And we've doubled the number of attorneys defending and enforcing voting rights laws through our Department of Justice. And my administration is going to keep fighting to pass two critical pieces of legislation that will shore up the very foundation of American democracy, the sacred right of every person to make their voice heard through free, fair, and secure elections. We need to enact what we call the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Right Advancement Act to prevent voting discrimination, provide baselines for accessing the ballot box, and ensure the will of the voters is upheld, and so much more. We should be making it easy for people to vote, not harder. And that's going to remain a priority for my administration until we get it done. Inaction is not an option. And as we continue to work at home to bring the United States closer to what we call a more perfect union, we're doubling down on our engagement with and support of democracies around the world. Earlier this week, I released the first U.S. government strategy on countering corruption, which elevates our fight against transnational corruption, a crime that drains public resources and hollows out the ability of governments to deliver for the people and just evaporates confidence that the people must need to have in their government. The strategy includes working with other partners, all of you around the world, to improve transparency, hold corrupt actors accountable, reduce their ability to use the United States international financial system to hide assets and to launder money. And today I'm proud to launch the Presidential Initiative for Democratic Renewal, which will focus efforts across our diplomacy and foreign assistance programs to bolster democratic resilience and human rights and globally. Working with our Congress, we're planning to commit as much as $224 million in the next year to shore up transparent and accountable governance, including supporting media freedom, fighting international corruption, standing with democratic reformers, promoting technology that advances democracy, and defining and defending what a fair election is. Let me give you a few examples of the kind of work this initiative will entail. A free and independent media. It's the bedrock of democracy. It's how publics stay informed and how governments are held accountable. And around the world, press freedom is under threat. So we're committing critical seed money to launch a new multilateral effort, or International Fund for Public Interest Media, to sustain independent media around the world. And through our USAID, we're going to be standing up a new defamation defense fund for journalists to help protect investigative journalists against nuisance lawsuits designed to prevent them from doing their work, their vital work around the world. We're going to launch new programs to help connect anti-corruption activities across civil society, the media, academia, labor, and protect whistleblowers, and help partners eliminate money laundering and safe havens. To ensure that our democracies are strengthened by the voice of all citizens, this presidential initiative includes programs to advance women and girls in civic engagement and political leadership, empowering the LGBTQ community, individuals to participate in democratic institutions, promote labor law reform, work organizations. It includes new lines of efforts with our partners to address online harassment and abuse and reduce the potential for countries to abuse new technologies, including surveillance technologies, to suppress the rights of their people to express their views. Now, we're going to stand up two rapid response cross-cutting initiatives that support the key goals of this summit: the Fund for Democratic Renewal and the Partnership for Democracy program. It's going to allow the State Department, USAID, to surge funds to support our partners working on democratic front lines around the world. My fellow leaders, members of civil society, activists, advocates, citizens, we stand at an inflection point in our history, in my view. The choices we make, in my view, in this moment, are going to fundamentally determine the direction our world is going to take in the coming decades. Will we allow the backward slide of rights and democracy to continue unchecked? Or will we, together, have a vision and the vision, not just a vision, the vision and courage to once more lead the march of human progress and human freedom forward? I believe we can do that, and we will, if we have faith in ourselves and in our democracies and in each other. That's what this summit is about. I'm so looking forward to a productive session and discussions that we'll have over the next 2 days. I'm looking forward to the connections we'll build to support our work moving forward. So let's get to work. Thank you all so very much for your patience.
Mr. President, thank you so much for kicking off the Summit for Democracy and pushing us to consider how we can strengthen our democracies to meet the challenges before us in this new century. As the President mentioned, we have been very much looking forward to today's discussion, the work that's going to follow from it, on how democracies can deliver better for our people. And as the President said, and as I think we all know, our democracies are facing growing challenges around the world, from within and from without. Decreasing citizen trust in government, threats to democratic institutions. We've seen a democratic recession in recent years. And these are not challenges to be taken lightly. We have a lot of work to do. But that's exactly why we're here today. While each one of our countries faces real challenges, we also know that democracy remains the most effective way to tackle those challenges and to advance human dignity. From engagements with civil society to reforms to strengthen democratic institutions, we have an immense opportunity today to learn from each other's experiences. And that's really one of the driving ideas behind this gathering. So we will now begin a closed door session. I'd respectfully request our friends from the media to leave the room as we get started on that. And at this time, what we'd like to do is take a quick family photo.
We will begin by taking an official group photo to commemorate your participation in the Summit for Democracy. Please look directly into your camera and smile.
take action and commit to a more democratic and moral world. In this respect, Israel is proud to be a part of the global community and stand up for what's right. Israel joined the UN Convention Against Corruption, the OECD Convention on Combating Bribery, and after a lengthy process, we also joined the Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings, making Israel the first country outside of Europe to join this convention. Recently, Israel also established an anti-corruption unit in our own Ministry of Justice and an interagency committee dedicated to promoting transparency, because the more transparent and accountable we are, the healthier our democracy is altogether. In 2022, we're going to be furthering our efforts to combat anti-Semitism and racism by expanding the coalition of countries dedicated to this important effort. It is up to us as a global community to stand up to corruption, to fight against tyranny, and to choose right over wrong. If we want democracy to prevail, we must choose the path of decency and strength. We must come together, work together, and shine the light of freedom, liberty, and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Latvia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first, let me thank President Biden for bringing us together. I firmly believe democracies should be more visible globally and display responsible leadership. Latvia knows the value of democracy. We regained independence from the Soviet regime and renewed the democracy 30 years ago. We cannot take our freedoms for granted. Aware that people yearn for freedom and empowerment, some autocracies are relentless in their efforts to undermine democratic systems. They use our openness, freedoms, and transparency to erode the fabric of our society and democracy. Enabled by borderless technologies, they wage disinformation campaigns and even weaponize migrants to undermine and divide democratic partnerships. This calls for common efforts to strengthen the resilience of our societies. I want to outline 3 directions. First, it is vitally important to build resilience against disinformation. Social networks have become the main source of disinformation and fake news, which facilitates populism. Populism lowers the quality of democracy. Thus, we are working on European Union-level regulations to mitigate the destructive impact on democratic societies. The NATO Strategic Communications Center, established by Latvia, has 10 years of accumulated knowledge in this field. At the same time, the freedom of speech in global platforms should be guaranteed. Censorship, even if well-intended, contradicts democratic principles. We are also committed to strengthening independent quality media. Media literacy in Latvia will be enhanced in all sectors of society and is already included in our school curriculum. Second, the role of civil society is essential in building a strong fabric of democracy. In Latvia, NGOs are always consulted in the process of drafting legislation. Our government meetings are public. We also have a digital civic initiative platform where any citizen can submit legislative proposals that our parliament must consider if it collects at least 10,000 signatures. Looking ahead, our efforts are focused on reducing the digital divide in society, beginning with schools and especially supporting women. Third, autocratic regimes tend to store their stolen assets in Western banks and properties, thereby facilitating corruption in our democracies. This chain must be broken. Latvia has increased transparency, For instance, by improving public access to information on beneficial owners of joint stock companies. Mr. President, a rules-based international order is fundamental to the sustainability of democracies. We are grateful that in 1940, the US declared its non-recognition of the Soviet occupation of Latvia as well as Lithuania and Estonia. This was the legal basis for the restoration of our independence and democracy after 50 years of occupation. Given this experience, Latvia intends to hold an international event next year to support the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, building on the recently launched Crimea platform. Mr. President, I look forward to the next Democracy Summit in 2022 to take stock of our achievements.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Lithuania.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I salute President Biden for this timely call to defend and strengthen democracy. The recent history of Lithuania testifies our passion for freedom. In little more than 3 decades since the re-establishment of our independence, we have done tremendous work building democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. And now we know that only strong political will makes meaningful change happen. One needs to be brave, resolute, and guided by values to avoid imprisonment by the old oppressive habits. The past served us well. We learned our painful lessons and moved for a quick democratic transition at the first opportunity. Now we all come together to this forum with different backgrounds. There are those nations who have only tasted the sweet fruits of freedom. There are those who have in the past surrendered to authoritarian temptations and then recovered. There are also those, like Lithuania, who know the pain of foreign domination all too well. Let us make our unique experience matter. Let us use this wonderful opportunity to grow in our understanding of how democracy works and how tyranny happens. Lithuania is ready to contribute to this important discussion. We see new geopolitical, technological, and economic conditions threatening democratic institutions globally. And that means we need to be strong-willed and smart. We need to recognize destructive forces at work and challenge them. We all know tyrants hate free speech and try to destroy it whenever they get the chance. We know corruption corrodes democratic institutions and helps hostile autocratic regimes to gain illicit influence. We know dissidents and human rights activists are still being attacked by authoritarian regimes. This knowledge is crucial, and this knowledge does not allow us to stay silent. Now is the time to join the forces and create a meaningful change. Let us empower our citizens and make democracy stronger.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Moldova.
Dear President Biden, ladies and gentlemen, we are yet at another crossroads in history where democracy is challenged more than ever by concurrent crises, a lack of trust in the capacity of the state to address people's needs, and poor vision on behalf of political leaders for how to protect democracy. Another juncture where the rules-based international order does not seem to be the most attractive or effective model of governance at preempting, preventing, and reacting to the global pandemic, climate crisis, economic recession, and democratic backsliding. The long democratic recession is deepening. The imminent risks are clear, particularly for those who have fought for democracy to be consolidated and cherished during the 20th century. For countries like mine, the Republic of Moldova, which has been struggling for 3 decades to overcome the perils of a prolonged democratic transition, strengthening democracy means everything today. Tireless efforts are necessary to put the missing fundamentals of a thriving future for our citizens at home. To ensure that citizens regain trust in the values of a democratic state, the government and myself have placed the fight against corruption, the strengthening of an accountable and independent justice system at the core of our transformation agenda on how to strengthen our democracy. This means cleaning public institutions from vested interests and placing the national interests at the core of any government activity. It means making the government work for the people. But considering the magnitude of crisis that slow down these efforts today, not only in Moldova, but in all young and fragile democracies across the globe, there is urgent need for global solidarity and leadership to protect democracy. Only when political will at home to undertake the most difficult reforms is backed up by international support, democracy can face and overcome the force of disinformation, populism, crumbling institutions, rising inequalities, and conflicts. We need to remember the value of what we often take for granted: human rights and freedoms, peace and security. For Moldova, this means overcoming social polarization, cherishing diversity, and keeping society united around a common domestic agenda of change. That is why I pledge to put the citizens of the Republic of Moldova at the core of our agenda. We will empower our people so that they can all contribute to developing our country, as entrepreneurs or public servants, farmers or doctors, old or young, at home or from abroad. Moldovans have proven time and again that they have the courage and strength to fight for what they believe in, and they believe in democracy. We must harness this energy to make Moldova thrive to the benefit of all. We need to believe more than ever in the good forces of multilateralism, cooperation, and global solidarity. Togetherness in times of crisis is our best shield, our best chance at saving democracy.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Romania.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to attend this summit dedicated to democracy. I thank President Biden for providing such an important platform. We fully embrace the concept and purpose of the summit, as it is our duty to uphold the democratic values and principles we all cherish. It is also vital to coordinate at global level. Romania is determined to prevent and combat all negative phenomena undermining democratic trust, thus contributing to building democratic resilience. The result of our presidency of the Community of Democracies for the period 2019-2022 eloquently reflect our resolve to play an active role in this respect. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of human rights advancement, an essential component is to ensure the safety and security of communities, individuals, and institutions against anti-Semitism, xenophobia, radicalization, and hate speech. We pledge to dedicate resources and training and develop best practices for the proper investigation and prosecution of hate crimes. Supporting women's political participation and empowerment is a pledge Romania is assuming at home and abroad. Our first national action plan, accompanied by a national awareness campaign, will contain a series of measures on the labor market, education, work-life balance, decision-making, and gender mainstreaming. Another priority for Romania is preventing and fighting against trafficking of human beings, an objective impossible to attain in isolation. As such, Romania commits to cooperate with all domestic stakeholders, including civil society. I also want to underline that implementing measures to strengthen the institutional capacity against corruption is essential for Romania, not only at home, but also abroad. Strategic areas such as health and the environment are of great concern for our future generations. Let me conclude by stressing that it is high time to coordinate better in order to achieve stronger human rights-based systems. And democracy is the best environment for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Zambia.
Much of what we hear about today is the decline of democracy, about the rise of authoritarianism, about the erosion of human rights. As we scan the global landscape, these are concerning trends. But in this short address, I will tell a different story. A story of a democracy not in decline, but rather in the ascent. A story of what can be achieved that should give hope to those struggling for democracy in every corner of the globe. In our country, Zambia, earlier this year, we saw a democratic revival. The leading actors were the people of Zambia. Young and old, male and female, rich and poor, from all creeds, races, and tribes, they are the heroes of this story. They are the inspiration for those gathered here today. Faced by a violent and increasingly authoritarian regime, empowered by the belief that the eyes of the international community were elsewhere, still the people of Zambia rose up. They were brave and proud. They ignored the threats, the intimidation, and the obstacles that were put in their path to vote for a better future, to vote for democracy itself. And so, our victory was not just a victory for the Zambian people. It was a victory for those who cherish democracy and also oppressed people around the world. Having been elected and given the opportunity to serve this country, our country, we are committed to doing things differently, but certainly better. Today, Zambians are enjoying more freedom than ever before, and we intend to keep it that way. We are restoring the rule of law as one of the critical ingredients to enriching this democratic train. We're working to ensure that the democratic will expressed by the people in August of this year reflects the deepening of the roots of democracy in our country. Through freeing the media, through allowing all citizens and others their democratic rights to campaign and communicate their ideas freely, through the promotion of civil liberties for all our citizens. It is my sincere hope that no Zambian citizen ever again is oppressed, intimidated, discriminated against, and prohibited from expressing their legal democratic rights. We urge the international community to play an ever bolder role in supporting democracy, amplifying and empowering the voices of the marginalized both across Africa and the world. And through these measures, we will not only strengthen and enshrine our democracy, but we will enhance our nation's economic and social prosperity. This promise and realization of a better life for all is what will sustain our democracies around the world, as this is what should constitute the true meaning of democracy dividends. Let us join hands for a better, more peaceful, prosperous, and democratic world. I thank you.
The Prime Minister of Albania.
Dear President Biden, distinguished participants, it is of course a special honor and a privilege to represent Albania in this forum of democracies of the world. It took my country a quite long time and a winding journey from total isolation to being part of the community of democracies. But here we are today, still a very young democracy, yet a proud member of the UN and NATO, OSCE and Council of Europe, a candidate member for the European Union, a strategic partner of the United States, and some of the most consolidated democracies in the world, and a coming non-permanent member of the Security Council. In this journey, the friendship and the support of the United States of America has been vital for the advancement of democratic aspiration, the strengthening of rule of law, and the resiliency of our institutions. 4 years ago, the Albanian government launched one of the deepest and comprehensive reforms compared to all post-communist countries, namely the judiciary reform. In the process and in close cooperation with the US, the EU, and the European member states, we are cleaning the judiciary system from over 70% of its judges and prosecutors and are now in the process of rebuilding of the judiciary institutions after the model of consolidated democracies. We are fully committed to ensure the successful continuation of the justice reform so that the new system of justice, impartial and independent from the executive and legislative power, becomes fully operational and serves the people. At the same time, we are committed to combat corruption and organized crime at all levels. Building on the existing successes in the area of digitalization of public services, we are investing in e-services with a view to close loopholes still vulnerable to corruption and ensure good governance and transparency for all government processes. In order to engage citizens in our reforms, we are launching the Open Government Partnership as a multi-stakeholder forum, which will ensure meaningful public dialogue with all sectors of society. But we are fully aware, despite the successes, our recent history has shown that the reforms are not irreversible. They must be sustained by the daily efforts of a plethora of actors and by enhanced engagement with and integration into Euro-Atlantic structures and institutions. It is for this reason that EU accession negotiations will help consolidate democratic institutions, protect fundamental rights, advance the rule of law. Finally, in the same way as democracy needs democrats, sustainable peace needs strong democracies. It is only through international and regional cooperation that we can counter conflict and we can bring about peace. Albania's strong multilateralism was demonstrated during the COVID crisis and most recently during the Afghan crisis, when we stepped forward and decided to host thousands of evacuees. By doing thus, we honored our pledge as a NATO ally and as a force for good among the nations. As Albania takes over the non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council for 2022-2023, we rely on your support and commitment to multilateralism to make the UN work better and to find practical yet sustainable solutions for peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Angola.
Excelência, Sr. Joe Biden, Presidente dos Estados Unidos da América. Excelências, Senhores Chefes de Estado e de Governo, distintos participantes, Excelências. Gostaria de felicitar Sua Excelência o Presidente dos Estados Unidos da América, o Sr. Joe Biden, pela iniciativa da realização da Cimeira sobre a Democracia, que congrega chefes de Estado e líderes de vários países do mundo para uma abordagem que considero pertinente e oportuna sobre um tema com grande atualidade e que requer realmente uma profunda reflexão. Estou em crer que nesta cimeira, em que estão envolvidos participantes de contextos políticos, geográficos e culturais diferentes, teremos a oportunidade de analisar a questão da democracia no mundo sob distintas perspectivas, tendo sempre presente os pilares comuns que a sustentam. Refiro-me muito especificamente ao direito, à justiça e à liberdade. É com o propósito de edificarmos em Angola uma democracia vibrante e sólida, que nos últimos 4 anos o governo de Angola tem vindo a debruçar-se na consolidação dos fundamentos do Estado democrático e de direito. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, estamos decididamente empenhados num processo em que apostamos firmemente na adoção de medidas no plano político e jurídico que nos conduzam à eliminação de tudo o que possa condicionar e limitar o esforço de consolidação das conquistas democráticas em Angola. Neste sentido, o governo de Angola tomou iniciativas firmes por forma a conferir ao Poder Judicial capacidade para exercer em condições de absoluta independência o seu papel no quadro do combate às más práticas de governação, à corrupção e à impunidade, para que se consiga, por esta via, garantir a moralização da sociedade e a credibilização das instituições nacionais aos olhos da opinião pública interna e internacional. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, importa referir o facto de a democracia angolana ser de construção recente, que se tem vindo a consolidar e alargar nos últimos 5 anos, onde a mulher vem assumindo uma intervenção cada vez mais ativa em todos os setores da vida nacional do país. Também se inscrevem neste quadro os progressos que vêm sendo feitos para promover a atividade empresarial privada, incentivar a livre iniciativa e o empreendedorismo, fomentar a produção interna de bens e de serviços, promovendo a diversificação da economia para o incremento das exportações e o fomento do emprego. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, a Assembleia Nacional, nosso Parlamento, tem procurado discutir e fazer aprovar as leis num ambiente de amplo consenso e de justo equilíbrio, por forma que todos os segmentos da sociedade em geral se sintam incluídos e se revejam nos posicionamentos assumidos. A jovem democracia angolana está a fazer o seu percurso de adequação ao nosso contexto sociológico, à semelhança do que seguramente ocorreu com as democracias mais antigas que passaram por todas as fases do processo da sua edificação e consolidação. Estamos a evoluir de forma gradual, segura e irreversível, passando pelas diferentes etapas do nosso processo democrático, até que se atinja o nível de satisfação das expectativas da nossa sociedade, que seja mais próximo das democracias que são hoje as grandes referências do mundo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the former Federal Chancellor of Austria.
President Biden, Excellencies, dear colleagues, democracy is not negotiable. Democracy is not a commodity. It is the only system capable of ensuring in a consistent manner our individual rights and freedoms, giving each of us the possibility to live up to the best of our potential. However, this narrative is being more and more undermined. Nowadays, democracy is not a given anymore, neither as a system nor as a goal. Alternative social and political models are being actively and aggressively praised and propagated. Today, only around 25% of all member states of the United Nations share our model of life, based on democracy, equality, rule of law, and checks and balances. If we in the free world do not stand together, we will lose even more ground. The defense of democracy needs all of us. The Austrian government commits to implementing and engaging in a wide range of initiatives to strengthen democracy, transparency, and human rights at home and abroad. Our projects reach from Belarus, where we engage with the civil society and organize constitutional reform seminars for the opposition, the Western Balkans, where we contribute to the consolidation of legislative bodies and the vetting of justice personnel, and most recently to Afghanistan and the region, where we support the strengthening of women's rights. Furthermore, Austria is fully committed to promoting media freedom and the safety of journalists. On the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists in November next year, we will host an international conference in Vienna in order to underline that any democracy needs free and independent media. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, if we want to secure our prosperity and freedoms, there's simply no alternative to liberal democracy and a rules-based international order. Strengthening our democracies and protecting our values is one of our generation's most essential tasks. We need to pursue this task with determination and, most importantly, with global cooperation. In the end, it all boils down to one simple question: how do we want to live? As a strong believer in the democratic system, my answer is simple. I want to live in a world, and I want my children and my future grandchildren to grow up in a world where the freedom of expression, of religion or belief, the freedom of assembly, and the rights of minorities are not just noble sentiments, but an everyday reality. This is what the Austrian government and I personally will continue to fight for. And this is why we fully support this timely initiative by President Biden. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Belgium.
Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of President Biden's initiative can hardly be overstated. For the simple reason that after the Iron Curtain came down, we were lulled into a false sense of security. We thought that with the fall of the Berlin Wall, democracy would come easy and natural to every nation. We had forgotten that has never been the case. We had forgotten that liberal democracy is not the easiest answer to our current challenges, but it is the right one, for the simple reason that it means all of us deciding together on where we are headed. Liberal democracy is not about having a strong leader, it is about strong leadership. It is my deep conviction that strong leadership is based on diversity and on inclusion. Liberal democracy is as much about protecting minorities, protecting diversity, as it is about the power of the majority. It is this fine balance that makes it a quest, a never-ending battle. It is a system based on seeking compromise and consensus, a system that gives nuanced answers to complex issues. It is also what makes democracy fragile. Democracy's biggest enemies are simplicity and black and white thinking. That is why in Belgium we are standing up for this complex, nuanced democratic model. By creating a new ministerial portfolio charged with democratic renewal, by launching an online participative platform on the modernization of the democratic principles in our state structure, and by organizing citizen panels, notably on the Conference on the Future of Europe. By expanding our transparency register to have a better view on the external actors influencing our administration. In the world, Belgium is committed to a positive narrative on democracy, rule of law, and human rights, and the benefits they bring to our citizens in Europe and beyond. 2 years ago, Belgium launched a fiduciary fund on the Council of Europe on the rule of law, which has been supporting important work on the fight against corruption, protection of journalism, of women and children's rights, and many others. We are currently selecting new projects to finance. Belgium is also very committed to the protection of human rights, their universal character and their defenders. My country is a candidate for a new mandate within the UN Human Rights Council. And I can announce that Belgium is increasing its core funding to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights by 25%. Together, let's feed trust. Trust of people in the system and trust of people in each other. Everyone's voice must be heard. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Monsieur le Président Joe Biden, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs distingués invités, permettez-moi de vous remercier de m'avoir associé aux discussions de ce jour portant sur des questions d'intérêt commun à nos peuples, dont la démocratie, la lutte contre la corruption et le respect des droits humains, domaines qui contribuent à l'avènement de l'état de droit que j'ai proclamé comme objectif primordial de mon mandat à la tête de la République démocratique du Congo. Depuis mon accession à la magistrature suprême en date du 24 janvier 2019, date témoin de la première passation pacifique du pouvoir en République démocratique du Congo, je me suis attelé avec mon gouvernement à renforcer la démocratie. À cet égard, j'ai œuvré dès les premières semaines de mon mandat à procéder à la libération de nombreux prisonniers politiques ainsi qu'à la facilitation du retour de plusieurs hommes politiques autrefois forcés de s'exiler sous d'autres cieux. La liberté d'association et de manifestation ont quant à elles été consolidées et n'ont été limitées que dans l'intérêt de préserver l'ordre public conformément aux lois et dans les conditions prévues par celles-ci. Par ailleurs, comme le veut l'esprit de la palabre africaine, lorsque j'ai eu à changer de coalition gouvernementale, je l'ai fait en étroite collaboration et concertation avec les forces vives de la nation. Ce dialogue est devenu quasi permanent avec des segments de la population, comme le démontrent mes échanges avec mes compatriotes rencontrés lors de mon séjour dans la partie est de mon pays, meurtri par l'activisme de groupes terroristes. Cette volonté de renforcer la démocratie et de rétablir le dialogue avec la population s'est également manifestée lorsqu'il a fallu proclamer l'état de siège au Nord Kivu et en Ituri. En effet, dans les semaines qui ont précédé la proclamation de cette mesure, j'ai entrepris plusieurs échanges, aussi bien avec les élus de ces provinces qu'avec les pays voisins tels que le Rwanda et l'Ouganda, ce dernier étant d'ailleurs lui-même frappé par le groupe terroriste dénommé Allied Democratic Forces, ADF en sigle, qui sévit également dans la partie est de mon pays. En conformité avec les lois du pays, cet état de siège a été prorogé à plusieurs reprises avec l'autorisation des deux chambres du Parlement. Toujours dans cet exercice de consolidation de la démocratie, je m'engage à organiser les élections dans les délais constitutionnels. À ce propos, la mise en place récente d'une nouvelle équipe pour diriger la Commission électorale nationale indépendante, CENI en sigle, rentre dans le cadre de mes efforts pour préparer un processus électoral crédible, transparent, juste et libre. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, je ne pouvais, à mon accession au pouvoir, m'imaginer le degré de corruption qui rongeait mon pays. Afin de répondre à ce fléau et en vue de dégager les moyens nécessaires pour le développement économique et social de nos populations, j'ai engagé une lutte sans merci contre cette gangrène. Le renforcement de l'Inspection générale des finances, IGF, et la lutte qu'elle a à mener sans désemparer contre les réseaux mafieux bien installés en République démocratique du Congo ont permis à l'État de commencer à engranger des dividendes de la lutte anticorruption qui contribuent à l'assainissement de nos finances publiques. Ces efforts sont actuellement concentrés sur le secteur minier et le réexamen des contrats, parfois léonins, signés dans ce domaine en vue d'un rééquilibrage de partenariats et ce, dans l'objectif de les rendre plus équitables. Fort des résultats obtenus à ce jour, je m'engage à poursuivre cette lutte contre la corruption sous toutes ses formes en adoptant notamment les mesures suivantes. Le renforcement de l'autonomisation de l'Agence nationale de lutte contre la corruption, l'APLC en sigle, le renforcement de la Cour des comptes et des cours et tribunaux, la réforme des lois anticorruption et l'orthodoxie dans la gestion transparente des ressources publiques et de l'exécution du budget de l'État. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, tout en veillant à la prospérité des libertés fondamentales, dont la liberté de la presse, mon gouvernement accorde une priorité à promouvoir, y compris par l'adoption des lois nouvelles, la protection des personnes et des groupes vulnérables, dont les personnes vivant avec handicap et les peuples autochtones. Sur le plan continental, en ma qualité de président en exercice de l'Union africaine, j'ai parrainé l'organisation de colloques internationaux, notamment sur les personnes atteintes d'albinisme en octobre 2021, et sur la masculinité positive dans le cadre des 16 jours d'activisme de lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes. Mon pays ayant un lourd passif en termes de crimes de masse, j'ai pris une option ferme pour la relance du processus de justice transitionnelle pour lequel des consultations populaires vont bientôt débuter. Dans ce cadre, j'ai mis en place une commission multisectorielle chargée de la mise en œuvre de la dite justice transitionnelle et qui travaille en étroite collaboration avec le gouvernement et le système des Nations Unies en République démocratique du Congo. Je souhaite plein succès à ce sommet sur la démocratie, la lutte contre la corruption et la protection des droits humains. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Croatia.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, I appreciate the opportunity to participate today in this important meeting, gathering countries founded on the same unquestionable values, those of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Thank you, President Biden. Issues of maintaining the rules-based international order founded on those principles as the basis of the fundamental peace and security used to be quite straightforward. The conclusions evident. However, we do not have such a luxury at our disposal anymore. Instead, the increasing uncertainties and the gravity of changes in the world demand a new and reinvigorated effort in preserving those values. Therefore, close coordination and streamlining our efforts is as important as ever. We all have our own ways of facing the issues burdening today's societies, such as the spread of disinformation and the false news, attempts to malicious foreign influence, as well as toxic populism and autocratic tendencies. Nevertheless, the dynamics of the global power relations demands more than ever our united response. We, the countries of the democratic world, are all under the same threat from those who see democracy as an obstacle towards their unscrupulous goals. The fundamental values we stand for are more than a point of ethics or identity. They serve as a navigating tool in the face of rapid changes in global trends, as well as the anchor and the safe harbor during geopolitical crisis. Croatia views the Summit for Democracy as an opportunity for like-minded countries to engage constructively with each other in order to share best practices in promoting democracy, rule of law, as well as protecting human rights and freedoms, both regionally and globally. In the current circumstances, despite all challenges and dissimilarities, we see this summit as an opportunity to send a strong message of unity and resilience of the transatlantic partnership and beyond. European Union, together with Croatia and other member states, is always ready to take an active role as an equal counterpart and a global leader in implementing common values, as well as promoting them in a more integrated way. Today's multidimensional crises are more severe and more complex than ever before, amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic and its socio-economic consequences. They have further eroded democracies and weakened institutions. We must work together to reverse this course. Croatia's pledge revolves around the idea of preserving and promoting a vibrant, healthy, and stable democratic society. Thus, our flagship project aims to combine our own unique experience with best practices in the field of conflict and post-conflict resolution, while at the same time ensuring inclusiveness and reconciliation by using rehabilitation and education as main tools. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, we strongly believe that the contribution of all states gathered here today offers a firm basis for the 2022 year of action, but also represents the foundation of our long-term shared and dedicated effort in creating a more peaceful world for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank President Biden for convening this summit and for his leadership in our common endeavor to strengthen democracy and support human rights around the world. The Czech people know full well that democracy is something what we need to constantly work on and fight for. Just a few weeks ago, we commemorated the 32nd anniversary of the Velvet Revolution and the restoration of democracy in our country. Today, while there are hardly explicit challenges to the concept of democracy as such, we see countless subtle or at times very blunt moves to undermine democratic institutions. Corruption or disinformation campaigns, they are all subversive to the smooth functioning of democratic institutions. In addition, even more dangerously, they erode citizens' trust in the democratic system and international law as such. We need to devise and implement measures that give people the crucial assurance that every one of them plays an important role in our democratic system and has the power to influence it. I will now highlight a few activities, both domestic and international, through which the Czech Republic is ready to contribute to this joint effort. Domestically, the fight against corruption must remain a top priority. We will introduce and further implement anti-corruption measures and focus on efficient management of the public resources. We will also raise public awareness concerning the protection of whistleblowers, also by an extensive media campaign and dedicated expert meetings. Free and fair elections are the foundation of the democracy and a critical component of political freedom. There can be no democracy without free and fair elections. We will strengthen our domestic resilience mechanism in order to protect the integrity of elections against new hybrid threats, such as disinformation campaigns. Equally, we will assist other countries as well. We will also continue to send election observers on international missions and use their suggestions and advice in dialogues with the respective countries. Domestically, we will explore ways to increase participation of citizens in elections. Support for civil society and human rights advocates has long been the cornerstone of Czech foreign policy. Unfortunately, we have recently been witnessing renewed efforts by authoritarian governments to dismantle civil society, for example, by the persecution of human rights activists. We will therefore continue in our efforts to speak out in support of civil society and support individuals and organizations under pressure, for example, through our transition program. Freedom of speech and media freedom is a crucial component of democracy. However, equally important is unbiased reporting by journalists themselves, which unfortunately is being replaced by activists and the pushing of certain agenda, which is increasingly true for public media as well. The Czech Republic will continue supporting independent journalists to help them deal with attacks and threats which they have increasingly been subject of in many countries, both online and offline. We will speak out in favor of freedom of the press internationally. We will also strengthen our engagement in the Media Freedom Coalition and the Freedom Online Coalition. We will submit a more detailed list of commitments in writing in coming weeks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Denmark.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what is the heart of our democracy? Is it our laws, our political system, our institutions? More than 70 years ago, the Danish writer Hal Koch answered this question. Democracy, he argued, is not just a system of government. It is a way of life. Democracy is the conversation and mutual understanding between us. The democratic conversation is changing. New technologies and large tech companies are increasingly setting the stage for the democratic dialogue, sometimes with more emphasis on reach than on freedom of speech. Denmark is one of the most digital countries in the world. In our minds, technology holds great potential to make democracy stronger. Technology connects us and enables people to engage in society. And with digital solutions, we are able to do things smarter, faster, and better. Yet at the same time, the digital age is also a challenge to democracy. When a small number of companies have the power to influence our democratic conversation, when facts are being put into question and fake news spreads, when disinformation campaigns are used to attack democratic institutions and elections. We need a joint political answer. Governments must reclaim the steering wheel of the digital development. We need to make technology work for us, for our democracy, not the opposite. And we need a set of global rules when it comes to disinformation. Our own Tech for Democracy aims to bring governments, organizations, tech companies, and civil society together. We want to renew the commitment to a responsible, democratic, and safe tech development, because we can never take democracy for granted. Thank you, President Biden, for hosting this important summit. We share the responsibility to make democracy bloom in the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of the European Commission.
The world's many democracies are all varied and unique. They have their own story to tell, their own imperfections to work on, and their own meaning to their people. But they also have many things in common, such as the freedom they give people to say, to do, and to choose. And our history here in Europe, like in so many other places, also shows us that democracies are closely linked to each other. Democratic progress in one country so often spreads fast through a whole region, as it did in so many parts of Europe in the last 50 years. In that time, we have seen the power democracy has to create momentum and a belief that positive change is possible. But we have also learned that the erosion of democracy and the silent rise of autocracy can spread just as fast. We know how painful it is when a small group takes unlimited power and imposes a single vision on all of society. We saw it after the Second World War, and we know it can happen again. And the most fertile ground for this is where targeted disinformation skews the way we see democracy and perceive the world, or where people feel that democracy does not work for them. So together, the world's democracies, with all our flaws and challenges, must show that democracy can deliver, to improve people's lives and to tackle the biggest global challenges we face. This is what the European Commission is committed to doing. It is why we have put forward measures to help protect people online from illegal content, hidden political advertisement, or disinformation. It is why we are proposing to add hate speech and hate crime to the list of crimes in our treaties. It is why we are giving people a greater voice through the Conference on the Future of Europe. It is why we will step up our work to tackle corruption or to protect journalists with the new Media Freedom Act. And it is why, just last week, we presented Global Gateway, our values-driven plan to invest in the infrastructure the world needs for the future. None of us have all the answers, and all of us have our own issues, so we must work on them. Because while democracy is not perfect, it is perfectible. And that is the difference between democracy and autocracy. In democracies, you can criticize, you can protest, and you can freely discuss opposing ideas. That's freedom. So let's stand up for it. Let's take up the challenge together, because the destiny of our democracies depends on each other. This is why I am determined to help make this Summit for Democracy a real starting point for positive change.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of France.
Monsieur le Président, cher Joe, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, chers amis, vous avez choisi de nous rassembler à l'occasion de la Journée internationale des droits de l'homme. Et je tiens à cette célébration annuelle car elle témoigne de notre engagement inébranlable en faveur des droits et des libertés qui est plus nécessaire que jamais. Vous nous avez rassemblés pour évoquer le seul modèle politique qui permette de défendre ces droits et libertés, la démocratie, oserais-je même dire, dans les temps que nous vivons, la démocratie libérale, c'est-à-dire celle qui, en profondeur, dans toutes ses composantes, préserve les libertés individuelles et civiques de tous nos concitoyens. Ce modèle a fait ses preuves ces derniers mois, ces dernières années, ces dernières décennies, ces derniers siècles. Ces derniers mois en particulier, parce que nous traversions l'une des pires pandémies et une véritable tempête mondiale, ce modèle nous a permis tout à la fois de protéger nos citoyens et de préserver les droits et libertés. Avec des illustrations très concrètes, nous avons fait le choix en Europe de protéger chacun, et en particulier les plus vulnérables, grâce au déploiement de filets sociaux, de mesures exceptionnelles, et de protéger face à la crise économique et sociale. Et malgré les très grandes difficultés que nous avons connues, le taux de pauvreté a ainsi pu être contenu et les inégalités avec. Nous avons protégé l'avenir de nos enfants en maintenant les écoles ouvertes. Je me félicite que la France ait pu être parmi ces pays qui au monde ont le moins fermé leurs écoles. Nous avons aussi réussi tout cela en ne cédant rien sur notre ambition d'une égalité universelle. Nos démocraties européennes sont-elles ainsi restées unies, d'abord pour que chaque citoyen puisse bénéficier d'un accès au même vaccin au même moment, ensuite pour aussi pousser un agenda de solidarité internationale, grâce en particulier au mécanisme Acte A. Ce sont ces libertés individuelles, la cohésion sociale qui en sortent gagnantes et qui montrent la solidité de nos valeurs démocratiques. Quand je regarde la résistance des démocraties dans le monde à ce virus et l'attitude, le comportement des puissances autoritaires, je considère que c'est une démonstration claire de la force des démocraties, de ce que la science ouverte et libre, le débat contradictoire et démocratique sur la science et les choix ainsi librement consentis permettent de produire. Nous continuons de vivre une période difficile et de vivre des tensions géopolitiques, néanmoins après cette crise, qui viennent à nouveau percuter nos valeurs. La crise en Afghanistan que nous connaissons tous et la catastrophe humanitaire qui l'accompagne montrent la difficulté à laquelle nous sommes confrontés et en particulier la solidarité que plusieurs d'entre nous sommes justement en train de faire vivre, en particulier en accordant le droit d'asile. C'est aussi pour cela que nous nous sommes engagés auprès du Haut-Commissariat aux réfugiés à porter une réinstallation dans nos pays et à assumer cette part. Nous sommes réunis ici car nous croyons tous en la puissance de nos modèles démocratiques pour défendre les droits et les libertés de nos concitoyens. Et pourtant, nous faisons tous face à un nouvel enjeu, qui est comment étendre cet ordre public, comment maintenir nos équilibres entre justement liberté et responsabilité et l'articulation des libertés de tous nos concitoyens dans la sphère publique, comment l'étendre à la sphère numérique. Face à cette question, la démocratie présente deux atouts majeurs et un défi central. Premièrement, notre confiance collective en tant que démocratie dans l'état de droit nous invite à imposer des règles aux plus grands acteurs du numérique. Et pour cela, il nous faut continuer d'avancer ensemble. Et les directives proposées par la Commission européenne, dites DMA et DSA, qui chemineront dans les prochaines semaines et sur lesquelles la présidence française de l'Union européenne s'engagera, contribuent aussi à consolider, qu'il s'agisse de la régulation des contenus comme de la régulation des acteurs économiques, cet ordre public dans l'espace numérique. Deuxièmement, face aux menaces qui peuvent apparaître dans le cyberespace, nos démocraties ont la capacité à fédérer, à créer des alliances, des coalitions avec les entreprises et la société civile qui s'engagent en confiance. C'est le modèle des appels de Paris et de Christchurch, dont sont membres tous les pays de l'Union européenne, ainsi que nos institutions, et qui ont permis des résultats très concrets pour la confiance dans le cyberespace et la protection contre le terrorisme et l'extrémisme violent en ligne. Troisièmement, le monde numérique est le lieu d'une menace très spécifique aux démocraties qui concerne ce que l'on appelle l'espace informationnel. Ce sont les infodémies, pour reprendre les nouveaux termes, les instruments de propagande qui en quelque sorte, propagent à travers les médias. Il y a 2 ans, conscients de ces dangers, nous avons fondé le partenariat Information et Démocratie avec nos partenaires de l'Alliance pour le multilatéralisme pour porter des initiatives communes. Je veux saluer en particulier ici l'engagement de Reporters sans frontières et d'intellectuels, d'engagés de cette cause. Aujourd'hui, il faut agir et je soutiens par exemple la labellisation des médias en ligne par le Journalism Trust Initiative, suivant un standard européen. Celle-ci va désormais permettre aux plateformes, aux annonceurs, de faire preuve de responsabilité en choisissant de donner la priorité à des médias certifiés sur la base de critères établis de manière indépendante. En France, je souhaite que nos instruments de soutien aux médias, via Canal France International ou encore le nouveau Fonds pour la démocratie, puissent respecter cette norme et s'engager dans la même voie. S'il existe de multiples chemins vers la démocratie, et nous le savons bien de part et d'autre de l'Atlantique, il est, je crois, de notre devoir d'aider nos partenaires à renforcer leur propre modèle vers plus de démocratie. Pas en leur donnant des leçons, pas en considérant qu'il y aurait un modèle unique, mais en permettant de faciliter l'émergence démocratique avec justement la vitalité du débat public qui l'accompagne dans les différentes sociétés du monde. C'est à ce titre, par exemple, que lors du nouveau sommet Afrique-France, le 8 octobre dernier, nous nous sommes engagés à créer un fonds dédié à l'innovation démocratique, hébergé pour la première fois sur le continent africain, et qui sera doté de 50 millions d'euros sur 5 ans. C'est pourquoi je suis aussi favorable à l'émergence d'un fonds international pour les médias d'intérêt public, car l'accès à une information libre, plurielle, fiable, est au cœur de notre modèle. Et nous serions très heureux de le soutenir en France. Voilà les quelques mots que je souhaitais dire au début de ce sommet. Et je vous remercie, cher Joe, cher Président, de nous permettre de partager ainsi cette conviction forte qui nous anime. La France et l'Europe qui ont inventé cette idée « un homme, une voix » seront au rendez-vous des initiatives de cette année de l'action, pour favoriser le cheminement démocratique de nos partenaires, pour renforcer nos propres vies démocratiques.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Italy.
The pandemic has posed a major challenge for democracies across the world. We've had to balance individual freedoms with collective security and guarantee prosperity throughout a sharp downturn. So far, we've been up to the task. Our institutions have remained strong and effective. We have upheld the rule of law. Our economies are rebounding sharply thanks to the unprecedented support from governments and central banks. The experience of the European Union offers a prime example of the resilience of democracies. In the darkest days of the crisis, we launched Next Generation EU, a €750 billion program of reforms and investment funded through joint borrowing. We chose to stand united and share collectively the costs of the recovery. We turned the pandemic into an opportunity to reverse long-standing inequalities, enhance sustainability, and nurture innovation. In short, we bet big on future generations. Over the next 5 years, Italy will spend in total over 235 billion euros to meet these goals. We aim to boost renewable energies, renew our transport system, build better services for Italian citizens, from healthcare to schooling. We have already begun to undertake major reforms, from the judicial system to the public administration. And we have put in place new mechanisms to ensure we prevent fraud and corruption and spend the funds with integrity and transparency. In doing so, we are showing that democracies can plan ahead, act quickly, deliver meaningful change. As we strive to respond to the needs of our citizens, we must do all we can to stand up for universal values. Italy remains committed to strengthening and protecting human rights, especially for the most vulnerable. We have laid out national action plans to further gender equality and social inclusion, and to fight all forms of intolerance and discrimination, including those based on sexual orientation. Italy held the presidency of the G20 this year. We championed effective multilateralism and achieved significant progress in many areas, from the fight against climate change to the fair taxation of multinational corporations. As democracies, we have a duty to each other and to the world. We must live up to our commitment to freedom, fairness, and economic prosperity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Kosovo.
Dear President Biden, esteemed participants, I speak to you as the President of the Republic of Kosovo, one of the youngest yet most vibrant democracies in the world. Kosovo will soon mark 14 years of independence, but we have fought authoritarian and genocidal regimes for much longer than that. Democracy is in the fabric of our society. It is deeply entrenched in our historic struggle for freedom and human rights. And as envisioned by our founding father, President Rugova, our republic stands strongly on three pillars: freedom, independence, and democracy. Kosovo today continues to thrive through free and fair elections with peaceful transitions of power, unfettered media freedoms, and the highest standards of human rights enshrined in our constitution. But democracy is never a finished or finite project. So today, I set out Kosovo's commitments for strengthening and nurturing our democracy to ensure it stands the test of time. We will, 1, strengthen the rule of law through the full implementation of the strategy on rule of law and a vetting process that will instill integrity, impartiality, and professionalism at the heart of our justice system. We commit to enacting and implementing advanced legislation to seize illicit wealth, impose a travel ban on foreign individuals involved in serious human rights abuses, clamp down on foreign governments' funding for political parties, and ban public institutions from using untrusted surveillance vendors. 2, bolster the role of women in our society by initiating proceedings to harmonize all relevant laws with the provisions of the law on gender equality to guarantee women's rightful place in public institutions and decision-making roles. We will also adopt a bold national strategy against gender-based violence to implement the Istanbul Convention, to halt this epidemic through prevention and protection, and increase minimum sentences to reflect the severity of the gender-based crimes. And 3, I will establish a Presidential Council on Democracy and Human Rights that will bring together public institutions and civil society to drive and monitor the implementation of our commitments. This council shows our long-term commitment to improving our democracy. We must not take democracy for granted, and we must relentlessly protect it. Whether a big or a small country, we can all make a difference, especially if we join forces. We are therefore pledging to work with you all to deliver on our objectives, share best practices, counter Russian interference and propaganda, and promote peace around the world. In this spirit, I will host a global summit for women in peace and security in 2022 that will bring together leaders from around the world. In the struggle between democracy and autocracy, history teaches us that appeasement of autocrats never works. Today is more than a summit. It is our collective voice rejecting autocratic tendencies, and it is our collective voice standing up for democracy. I want to thank President Biden for his leadership in this endeavor. From the most pro-American nation on earth, thank you all and goodbye.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Luxembourg.
Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear friends, allow me to start by thanking President Biden for bringing us together. I welcome this opportunity to strengthen the promotion and protection of democratic values and human rights. They are the very foundation upon which our societies are built, and I hope our pledges will serve as inspiration to those who are questioning their importance, and to those women and men who fight for nurturing democratic values. We are coming together at a time when democracies, both established and new ones, face serious challenges all around the world. It is our duty to step up, highlight the values which have allowed our societies to emerge and prosper, and renew our commitment to them, all the while protecting the most vulnerable. Since 2009, Luxembourg has allocated more than 1% of its gross national income to development assistance, with a strong mandate to leave no one behind. 1/5 of these resources focus on the empowerment of civil society, showing our commitment to work with all stakeholders. Youth activists, community leaders, journalists play an integral role in the protection and promotion of human rights, democracies, and the rule of law. However, often those who defend our common values most fiercely are also those who most at risk of having their own rights violated. Therefore, I'm happy to announce that Luxembourg will continue its financial support to the Lifeline Embezzlement CSO Assistance Fund that Luxembourg has been supporting financially every year since 2015. As a member of the European Union, Luxembourg remains convinced that everyone's right to live is a basic value in a democratic society, and that the abolition of the death penalty is essential for the protection of this right and for the recognition of the inherent dignity of all human beings. Although Luxembourg has a strong human rights record, notably regarding women's rights, supporting and promoting of sexual and reproductive health and rights, gender equality, and the rights of LGBTQI plus persons, we always strive to do better. That's why we are committed to combating discrimination in all of its forms. Also, considering that lately progress in this regard has gone in the wrong direction in different parts of the world. In this context, I'm proud to share that we are in the process of appointing a national coordinator of policies combating racism, anti-Semitism, and hatred towards LGBTQI plus people. This position is part of our national approach to the prevention of discrimination and to promote the respect of diversity, two fundamental notions if we want our societies to be peaceful, inclusive, and move ahead. As an international financial center, Luxembourg is fully aware of its responsibilities and continuously assesses and updates its supervisory architecture and arsenal of measures to combat money laundering and financing terrorism. My country is also fully committed to the global fight against tax evasion and avoidance and applies all applicable international and EU rules and standards. Colleagues, in order to achieve our goals, we must all work together. Democracy must not only be protected internally, but also promoted externally. As a founding member of the EU, the United Nations, the Council of Europe, and in many other international fora, Luxembourg has continuously shown its commitment to multilateralism. We are ready to deepen our international engagement as a member of the UN Human Rights Council starting on the 1st of January 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Malta.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, President Biden, for this initiative. This is indeed a very timely initiative, providing an opportunity to engage and revisit our democratic principles and the foundations of our free and peaceful societies. Together with our EU partners, Malta continued to play its part in the advancement of human rights worldwide. We have not shied away from our responsibilities. Empowering citizens and ensuring that they have a voice in addressing and resolving issues that concern them and impact their lives contributed greatly to Malta's success in this field. In the last few months, government launched a national strategy on disability, a national strategy on autism, and a national action plan against racism and xenophobia. We even introduced a mechanism that ensures better gender representation in Parliament and made big strides to achieve equality for the LGBTIQ community in Malta. But this is not all. We have other ambitious plans to continue our excellent track record in striving for a more just and equitable society, including by reinforcing and investing in our judicial, investigative, and law enforcement institutions, and digitalizing the law courts. The EU's Recovery and Resilience Fund will be a cornerstone to our plans, as circa 10 million euro from our Recovery and Resilience Plan will be used for our digital transition. This supporting platform, together with assistance from other international partners, such as the UK, will allow for more services to be readily available to our citizens, thus complementing our national goals and EU-wide objectives. Moreover, the implementation of a new national anti-fraud and corruption strategy and action plan will enhance our efforts against corruption, and a project launched to improve integrity standards among all those who hold public office will further improve public trust in the policy-making process. As regards to media freedom, we recognize the critical role that the press plays in a fully functioning democratic society. To this end, we intend to table an anti-SLAPP bill aimed at protecting journalists and media even further, and amend legislation on penalties regarding threats to journalists. We even aim to establish a committee of experts on media reform and the protection of journalists, and we have introduced standard operating procedures on how the police force is to deal with threats to journalists. Excellencies, Malta is looking onwards and upwards to a brighter future after experiencing bumps in our road in recent years. But now it is time for me, together with my government, to deliver a fairer Malta. We are in a constant and consistent process of reform and will continue implementing the necessary changes to defend democracy both locally and internationally. I very much welcome the opportunity to work together with global leaders to ensure global democratic renewal is tangibly achieved, and look forward to the discussions in Washington in December 2022. Strengthening democracy across the world is indeed a noble ambition, the greatest gift we, as leaders, can give to our citizens, both present and future.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Montenegro.
Uvaženi predsjedniče Biden,
Distinguished President Biden, dear leaders of allied and friendly countries, it gives me pleasure to have the opportunity to speak at the summit, which not only reflects the spirit of the alliance between Montenegro and the United States, but promotes three fundamental values of any democratic society: fighting dictatorship, tackling corruption, and promoting respect for human rights. It is on these values that the democratic prosperity and integration of Montenegro into the European Union, which is our strategic foreign policy commitment, depends. We are grateful to the United States for supporting us on the path to that goal, and we are pleased with the opportunity to act together multilaterally, primarily through the NATO alliance, contributing to collective security. I'm also pleased that Montenegro, together with the United States, is a member of the UN Human Rights Council, and that we shall be able to jointly contribute to the advancement of human rights and respond to systemic examples of breaches of human rights. After the first democratic change of government in the elections on 30th August last year, Montenegro made significant steps in affirming the values that are in the focus of the Summit for Democracy. After a decades-long problem with controversial electoral process, the change of government, a discontinuity in relation to bad practice was established and a substantial democratization of society began. According to estimates by the World Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the growth of the Montenegrin economy by the end of this year will be over 12%. Like the American Build Back Better program, the budget for next year already envisages the Europe Now program, which aims to, in addition to fiscal adjustments, significantly raise the minimum and average salary in the country and protect socially vulnerable categories. It is especially gratifying that this program was designed by young Montenegrin financial and economic experts educated abroad with a strong reform vision. Last but not least, free and independent media, including the non-governmental sector, remain the basis for the development and survival of any democratic society. Knowing this government has put the promotion of media freedom at the top of its agenda, including their protection and smooth functioning, with special emphasis on shedding light on attacks on journalists, which were frequent during the previous government. All cases of such attacks on media representatives which took place during the mandate of this government have been resolved. The abolition of the monopoly over the public TV broadcaster and its depolitization are also one of the examples that support our achievements. Dear President Biden, thank you for your invitation to participate in the summit, which articulates care for the entire democratic world and its achievements. I'm confident that in the near future we will jointly overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and that we will meet live next year and present the results of the work we have advocated for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Netherlands,
a country located in a complex river delta and largely below sea level, democracy has been a necessity for centuries. We have to get water management right. And since medieval times, this has required decision-making procedures that reflect the interests of all stakeholders. We have continued developing our democracy ever since. Democracy is not a byword for harmony. Its institutions can be strained by tensions and competing interests. Nor is democracy a guarantee of perfect policy. But ultimately, democracy is best placed to deliver the most equitable outcomes for social issues, large and small. Yet, many democracies are now facing profound challenges. Some previously democratic countries seem to be succumbing to authoritarian ideas. Others are struggling to preserve the independence of the judiciary. So, this Summit for Democracy, hosted by President Biden, is a timely initiative, bringing us together to reflect on and strengthen our democratic practices. And yes, we need to do more. Democracies worldwide should stand together in solidarity when our values and interests are at stake, and work together to make sure that we continue to deliver for our citizens. New technologies will revolutionize our way of life and transform societies. By working together, we can provide innovative leadership. We can make sure new technologies support democratization and human rights. Every healthy democracy needs journalists who can independently investigate, report, and hold governments to account. Unfortunately, more and more, media freedom is being trampled underfoot. Media outlets are being forced to close. Journalists are being sued, threatened, and even killed. We must stand firm and reverse this trend. That's why my country, among other steps, is launching a fund that will provide emergency support to journalists and media workers in need around the world. The Netherlands looks forward to working with the United States and other democracies on these and other priorities, to make democracies more resilient and protect our way of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Niger.
Monsieur le Président Joe Biden, distinguée Majesté, Président, chef de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs, le peuple et le gouvernement du Niger sont très heureux, à travers moi, de participer à cet important sommet portant sur cette question fondamentale qu'est la démocratie. Aussi, voudrais-je, à l'entame de mon propos, rendre un hommage appuyé au président Biden et saluer son initiative qui nous permet d'échanger et de renforcer la symbiose autour de l'idée de démocratie. Je suis d'autant plus heureux de participer à ce sommet que par choix et conviction politique personnelle, je suis un adepte de la démocratie pour l'avènement et la consolidation de laquelle j'ai beaucoup lutté dans mon pays, le Niger. Au terme de la 7e Constitution de la République du Niger, promulguée en novembre 2010, le peuple nigérien s'est résolument engagé à bâtir un État de droit garantissant d'une part l'exercice des droits collectifs et individuels, la liberté, la justice, la dignité, l'égalité, la sûreté et le bien-être comme valeurs fondamentales et d'autre part, l'alternance démocratique et la bonne gouvernance. C'est une œuvre de longue haleine dans laquelle nous nous sommes engagés avec détermination depuis 2011 et ce, dans l'esprit de notre conférence nationale souveraine tenue au cours de l'année 1991, qui est au fondement de notre démocratie. C'est ainsi que pour la première fois au Niger, depuis l'indépendance en 1960, un président démocratiquement élu a passé le témoin au terme de ses 2 mandats constitutionnels à un autre président à la suite d'élections libres et transparentes le 2 avril 2021. J'ai ainsi prêté ce serment ce jour-là et dans mon discours d'investiture, j'ai réaffirmé mon attachement à la démocratie et à l'état de droit, et je me suis engagé à y travailler avec résolution. C'est aussi pour marquer son attachement à la démocratie et à l'état de droit que le Niger a ratifié ou adhéré aux pertinentes conventions internationales, notamment la Charte africaine de la démocratie, des élections et de la bonne gouvernance, et la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. C'est aussi pour assurer la liberté d'opinion et la liberté de la presse que le Niger a dépénalisé le délit de presse. Pour répondre aux aspirations de notre peuple à la bonne gouvernance et à l'état de droit, le gouvernement a engagé des actions fortes pour lutter contre la corruption et promouvoir les valeurs républicaines. J'ai saisi l'occasion de ce sommet pour lancer un appel à tous les partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ainsi qu'aux ONG internationales, afin de soutenir et accompagner les États africains dans leurs politiques et programmes d'éducation civique et citoyenne, de promotion et de consolidation de l'état de droit. Je suis convaincu que c'est en consolidant la démocratie et l'état de droit que nous pouvons entretenir un climat de paix et de concorde nationale et réaliser des avancées significatives dans l'atteinte des objectifs du développement durable ODD. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of North Macedonia.
Distinguished Excellencies, dear friends, I would like to express sincere gratitude to US President Biden for hosting this Global Summit for Democracy. It is taking place at a most critical period of time when we are all witnessing the weakening of the immune system of democracies worldwide. This Summit for Democracy coincides with the International Anti-Corruption Day and the International Human Rights Day. I am deeply convinced that we will send a unified message to all the populist and authoritarian regimes that strive to undermine our values and suppress the freedom of the people. This year, North Macedonia celebrates 3 decades since its Independence Day, from the time we embraced democracy and enshrined in our constitution liberty, fundamental human rights, and justice for all. Our democracy emerged after half a century of authoritarian rule. Following the fall of communism, we passed simultaneously through a complicated process of state and democracy building. Unlike the Central and Eastern European countries that enjoyed the benefits of European unification, North Macedonia, despite successfully avoiding the civil war, was part of the region in Europe where the most horrific war atrocities were committed after the Second World War. Despite this enormous regional impact on the Macedonian multicultural society, we have managed to build and maintain a functional model of multi-ethnic democracy. The strategic goal to become members of NATO and the European Union were strong incentives to additionally reinforce citizens' trust in the democratic model of governance. However, in the last decade, on all continents, even in established democracies, we have witnessed a rise of populism and authoritarian tendencies, challenging and making democracy vulnerable. Dear friends, there is no alternative and we shouldn't waste a minute. Revitalizing democracy is essential to handle this unprecedented challenge of our lifetime. We are fully aware that our security, prosperity, and fundamental rights and freedoms are interconnected. North Macedonia fully supports the main cause of this gathering and is willing to recommit itself to the very fundamentals of the free world. First, to defend together our way of life against authoritarian states and entities in a determined and coordinated manner. Second, to redouble our efforts in fighting corruption and organized crime, since they distort the rule of law and public trust in democracy, and as such, pose a national security threat. Third, to safeguard human rights and freedoms by building resilient, accountable institutions, a strong civil society, and free media. Dear friends, democracy has all the credentials to prevail over authoritarianism, and the community of democratic nations is obliged to promote and protect it. The alternative is going back in history, marked by destruction and the immense suffering of millions of people. The world deserves a much better future. It is only in democracy that we can be certain of the outcome. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Norway.
Mr. President, Excellencies, today most threats against democracy come from within, from elected leaders who act in breach of democratic principles, embrace corruption, and disregard human rights. The threat is often amplified by disinformation. How can we reverse this course? Let me share 3 observations. First, without a vibrant civil society, democracy dies. Democratic participation must be inclusive, safe, and non-discriminating. Freedoms of expression, association, and assembly are cornerstones in democracy. And this means that we must support media and organizations who challenge us and tolerate views we do not always agree with. Norway will, for its part, continue to support media diversity and independent journalism. Democracy should be reinforced, not undermined, in the digital domain. Through the Digital Public Goods Alliance, we will contribute to inclusion by investing in good digital public infrastructure. Second, do not underestimate the need for trust between citizens and their representatives. When politicians place themselves above the law, confidence in democracy erodes. Transparency, accountability, and integrity build trust. Norway remains committed to strengthening international norms and take action to prevent and combat corruption and illicit financial flows. Third, lastly and importantly, the years ahead will be defined by the transition to the low-emission economy in all countries. That is the single most important task we're up against and a stress test for our political systems. The transition comes with opportunities, growth, and jobs. A better and healthier society awaits us. But let's be honest, it also comes with changes to the way we live. Inequality is already dividing many societies. If green transition increases inequality, we can be sure of one thing: we will not succeed. We need to bring everyone along. We need to arrive at a society that is more equitable, not less. We need opportunity and prosperity, not for the few, but for the many. This requires political leadership. It requires a political system with legitimate institutions and processes where people have a say. And that system has a name: democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Poland.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, co-leaders of the democratic world. Allow me to share a personal reflection with you. 31 years ago, I voted in free elections for the first time, and for the first time in the history of Poland after World War II, my generation could democratically elect a president. A year ago, as the second president in our history, I won re-election. It happened with a record turnout and after a very close competition with my opponent, Rafał Trzaskowski, the incumbent mayor of Warsaw. If I had stood in front of you just several months ago, I would have probably talked, as many of you have, about my country, about Poland, which had to shed blood for democracy time and again. Furthermore, I would have probably talked about the priorities of our generation of world leaders and about a great task facing us. And that, in my opinion, consists in the overcoming of the polarization, which is unfortunately increasingly evident in the post-pandemic world, on a scale we have not seen before, and in almost all countries. My country is no exception in this regard. I would have probably said that democracy must return to its root, that debate must be debate again, not a call to censor opponents. that political struggle must not be tantamount to dehumanization of the opponent, because the opponent is simply a person who, for various reasons, has different views than we do. In the meantime, however, something happened that changed my perspective on the democracy debate. 4 weeks after my re-election, when over 20 million of my compatriots, Polish women and men, exercised their right to vote, our neighbors, Belarusian men and women, were once again deprived of this right in the most brutal of ways. And mind you, Belarus lies 180 kilometers from Warsaw. There runs a border of democracy, and maybe even more than that. There is a yawning gap between democracy and the lack of it. In Belarus, there is no discussion about the electoral system, polarization, minorities and ideologies. This is a luxury of us, Westerners. There, the concern is how to get 900 people out of prison, those whose only fault was the desire to have free elections, and how to remove from power a dictator who has been ruling the country for 27 years and who, in breach of all civilized rules, rigged the vote and pacified the protests. Why am I talking about Belarus? Because Poland, grateful to Providence for our freedom won in the 1980s, took on a commitment years ago to be a support for democracy in Eastern Europe. It is a beautiful task, but it has its consequences. It has made us the target of the Kremlin propaganda, and more recently, we have been paying the price in the form of a hybrid operation on our border, provoked by the dictator Alexander Lukashenko. I was asked for commitments, so I make a solemn declaration to our Belarusian brothers, and I want it to be heard everywhere east of Poland. Poland shall continue to be a promoter of democracy, because I believe that my daughter, born in 1995, who has not lived a second in a dictatorship, and her Belarusian peer, who has never seen free elections, are two equal people with equal rights. I declare, as the President of the Republic of Poland, that Belarusian women and men, 180,000 of whom have found work or shelter in Poland, will be treated by us as brothers and as most welcome guests. I declare that Poland is aware of the fact that supporting democracy has its price attached. It is paying this price today, with our border guards, police and army guarding the eastern border of the European Union against a dictator's revenge, against tyranny and contempt for humanity. I am saying this not only as the President of the Republic of Poland. I am saying these words as Andrzej Duda, who in 2025 will end his presidency and hand over power to his democratically elected male or female successor. And then he will proudly become an ordinary citizen again, simply a voter. And I believe that Belarusian men and women will one day see the same democratic normality, the one in which presidents change, but they remain free citizens, free and independent voters. I appeal to all of you for solidarity in this matter. I appeal for solidarity with Belarus. It is one of the most important challenges of the democratic world today.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Serbia.
Distinguished President Biden, esteemed heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, it is my special honor and a pleasure to have the opportunity to address you today at this event that I find to be extremely important for the further strengthening of democratic values at a global level. It is very positive that the United States has recognized the need to organize such an event that promotes and reminds of the importance of democratic values at a time when there is talk of a crisis of democracy. Our country has been making continuous efforts to strengthen a democratic society in which all citizens enjoy equal rights and opportunities to develop their own potential and participate in all aspects of social, cultural, political, and economic life. We are committed to combating corruption, strengthening human rights, and we are focused on achieving concrete results in this area, both at the domestic and foreign policy levels. Serbia is fully committed to European values, democratic principles, and the rule of law. Full membership of the European Union is our key foreign policy priority, and therefore we are making continuous efforts in our accession process to the European Union, which includes adopting the best European practices and examples in areas such as the rule of law and anti-corruption. Additionally, we are preparing for the upcoming elections in the spring to ensure everyone's voices are heard. We reinstated the working group on elections mediated by the EU and have amended laws to ensure political parties feel equal. In the previous period, we paid special attention to achieving the best possible overall relations and cooperation in the region. Strengthening of contacts and better infrastructural connectivity are the starting point for a higher quality of life for citizens, which facilitates dialogue and respect for democratic values. In this spirit, Serbia has launched the Open Balkan Initiative, together with our friends from the Balkans, which I'm convinced that by promoting the 4 freedoms of movement of people, goods, capital and services, creates conditions for the strengthening of all democratic values. Our guiding principle is that no one should be left aside in the exercise of fundamental rights and freedoms. Therefore, let me express my conviction that the Summit for Democracy is the right opportunity to highlight the need for equal treatment of all peoples and religious groups in the region in order to further strengthen stability in this part of Europe, which is a precondition for creating an even more prosperous and future-oriented Western Balkans. Serbia has also demonstrated the contribution it makes to the rule of law and the strengthening of the democratic process through results and a transparent approach achieved at the national level in the fight against corruption and the strengthening of the rule of law. Let me also emphasize that our country is equally committed to respecting minority rights, which are a legacy we are especially proud of. In that sense, we remind you that our system of protection of minorities has received the highest praise from a number of impartial international sources. Serbia is also the leader in the region when it comes to gender equality. The government of Serbia is led by a female prime minister and consists of almost 50% of women. The posts of heads of city and municipal administrations are held by over 70 women. In the judiciary, 56% of public prosecutors are women. In courts of general jurisdiction, there are 69% of women, and in courts of special jurisdiction, 76.3%. I'm also announcing a new initiative, which I believe that the other leaders of the Western Balkans also support. Together, we need to accelerate inclusion for the Roma. We need to invest in Roma who are demographically vibrant, entrepreneurial, and multilingual, but this community has been the most excluded from prosperity and hardest hit during COVID-19 crisis. With every abuse of democratic principles, we are only deceiving ourselves, thus hampering our own well-being in the first place. This was especially highlighted by the current pandemic, reminding us that no one is immune to global threats and that we must demonstrate that democracies are capable of rising to these common challenges and delivering for our citizens. Serbia is ready to be a consistent and reliable partner to the United States and to this end in the future as well. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Slovakia.
Dear colleagues and friends, dear President Biden, thank you for launching this important initiative. Slovakia has embarked on a path of democracy and freedom only 3 decades ago. We soon understood that the democratic rules we adopted and institutions we built lacked the resilience of those in long-established democracies. They sometimes proved too weak to resist political interference or corrupt interests. This has forced us to adapt and innovate them so they could become truly resilient. One example is that of our judiciary, which has become a critical element in our overall democratic transition. In the 1990s, we strengthened the judiciary independence, but not the accountability mechanism, opening space for arbitrariness and political or business interference. Therefore, we are now finishing reforms to increase the judges' accountability, while also improving their professional expertise and impartiality. As in many other transition countries, our evolving democratic system could not always deal with corruption. Having adopted transparency measures that have worked elsewhere, we added several innovative tools to combat high-level corruption and money laundering. We create a special prosecutor's office and dedicated criminal court to deal with such cases, which some other countries also adopted since then. We eliminated secrecy from public finance transactions. No entity can do substantial business with state unless it fully discloses its beneficial ownership in a specialized and publicly accessible registry. We plan to increase the responsibility of gatekeepers such as auditors, notaries, or tax advisors in the process. While corruption remains an issue, some of these tools have helped reduce graft in public finance and close the gaps used to hide dirty money. We want to share and exchange our experience, including through an international conference next year, held together with the US partners. I could not conclude without mentioning the free and independent media, which are critical for any democracy. They played a vital role in our own democratic struggle. A young Slovak investigative journalist, Jan Kuciak, and his fiancée were murdered 3 years ago. No journalist should face the risk for doing their job. We will introduce laws improving journalists' personal security, increase penalties for attacks on them, and reinforce safeguards against their abuse in defamation cases. Taking these steps at home, we also want to support media freedom in other countries. We are contributing to the UNESCO Global Media Fund and supporting the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project as part of the Global Anti-Corruption Consortium. Our support will also go to Council of Europe's work on protection of journalists and the Partnership on Information and Democracy. We will double our foreign aid dedicated to media and investigative journalism, with an ambition to become a regional hub for such support. We must also address the ongoing hybrid threats and the role of social media platforms in spreading lies and misinformation. They undermine our society's ability to overcome the challenges we are facing. Besides building dedicated centers to deal with hybrid threats at home, we need to come up with a democratic global framework to enforce social media platforms' responsibility and accountability. Dear all, Slovakia has had its democratic hesitations. Painful as they may be, they taught us that for democracy to survive, it must be a constant process of self-improvement. Let's strive for this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Slovenia.
Mr. President, colleagues and friends, when building our new state 3 decades ago, we in Slovenia aimed for a liberal democracy based on rule of law and full respect of human rights. In 30 years, we have accomplished a lot. However, like all other countries in the world, we face challenges. Like everyone else, we can and we must do better. This is the aim of the Summit for Democracies, and I would like to thank President Biden for it. Excellencies, let me be very clear. Democracy is not only about functioning democratic institutions. Democracy is also about very high level of political and legal culture. Lately, we are facing crisis of trust in democratic institutions. What is equally troubling is low level of political and legal culture. So our effort for democracy starts with the dialogue and mutual respect without exclusion and hate speech. Differences in political and ideological views are, in my opinion, not a problem. Problem is unwillingness to engage dialogue. A dialogue which means not only presentation of one's own views, but also a willingness to reconcile different views. If we do not engage in such a dialogue, we only deepen rifts and polarization in and between our societies. A meaningful dialogue is a precondition for constructive cooperation, and cooperation is the only way of reaching a peaceful solutions to all problems. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we are all part of a closely connected and interdependent world. We have all committed ourselves to practice tolerance and to work together for international peace and security. Let's build democracy through respectful dialogue and constructive cooperation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of the Government of Spain.
Quiero agradecer al presidente Biden la organización de esta primera cumbre virtual para la democracia. Sin duda supone una excelente oportunidad para compartir nuestros compromisos en la defensa del modelo democrático como única alternativa frente a cualquier deriva totalitaria, excluyente o intolerante. La democracia es mucho más que una forma de gobierno, es una forma de vivir en libertad, en un Estado de Derecho donde quepamos todos y todas. Un sistema de valores universal que requiere de nuestro esfuerzo y también de nuestra ejemplaridad para combatir con éxito a quienes se oponen a ella. Las amenazas del relativismo cultural en clave internacional o de la desafección por las instituciones democráticas en nuestros propios países son reales. Y para combatirlas debemos lograr que nuestras sociedades adopten un nuevo contrato social, trabajando principalmente en dos frentes. En primer lugar, luchando contra la desigualdad y la exclusión social. El aumento de la brecha entre ricos y pobres es uno de los factores que más afecta a la estabilidad política y más debilita nuestras democracias. Así que como Estado tenemos la obligación de adoptar políticas con un impacto real en la vida cotidiana de las personas, en sus salarios, en su acceso a la vivienda, a la sanidad o a la educación universales y de calidad. Y asegurarnos de que se aprovecha el talento del conjunto de la población, especialmente de las mujeres, que sufren más severamente las situaciones de crisis. A más igualdad, mejores democracias. Y en este sentido, España está canalizando sus esfuerzos tras la pandemia hacia una transición verde, digital y sobre todo inclusiva, como mejor antídoto frente a la tentación de aquellos movimientos reaccionarios. Y en segundo lugar, necesitamos también fortalecer los mecanismos de diálogo social, de transparencia, de rendición de cuentas. Debemos restablecer la confianza y la credibilidad en las instituciones, luchando contra la desinformación a través de medidas de gobierno abierto que nos aproximen cada vez más a la ciudadanía. España está apostando por metodologías innovadoras, como es la unidad de rendición de cuentas, creada para hacer un seguimiento minucioso, objetivo, público de cada uno de los compromisos del gobierno. Y no podemos olvidar las lecciones del pasado. Tenemos el deber de proteger y fortalecer el legado de generaciones y de hombres y mujeres que nos precedieron y que lo dieron todo por la democracia y por la libertad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Sweden.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Democracy is the result of women and men demanding fair and equitable sharing of power. And it is something that we must continue to work for each and every day. And I commend President Biden for holding this summit for democracy and for suggesting concrete pledges to sharpen the focus of the work on democracy. Sweden will do its part in this process. Across the world, we see growing authoritarian tendencies and human rights being violated with impunity. To reverse these trends, we all have work to do. We must stand up for shared values and confront those advocating authoritarian government. And the best way of doing so is by showing that democracy still delivers. It is the form of government that credibly safeguards human rights. It allows scrutiny of power, accountability, and peaceful transfer of power. It creates stability, security, and economic prosperity. And it remains the only reliable way to facilitate social and economic equality. As decision makers, we must also safeguard equality and inclusiveness. Because when excluded from society, people are also excluded from any meaningful opportunity to exercise their civic rights and duties. If we allow inequalities to keep growing, the foundations of democracy will ultimately be threatened. As Prime Minister of a country celebrating a century of democracy this year, I am committed to developing and deepening our democracy. We will strengthen our work to counteract racism, enhance legal protection against discrimination at home, and remain an active partner for promotion of democracy abroad. We will also expand and increase our international outreach through the Drive for Democracy initiative and enable more frank conversations on how to best overcome democratic challenges. And as the current chair of the OSCE, Sweden promotes human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It is our conviction that promoting democracy is an investment in stability and security. And this is something that will also guide our upcoming presidency of the Council of EU in 2023. And as a leading tech country, we aim to ensure that technological standards are developed based on democratic principles to serve open societies and democratic development globally. And in assuming the presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, we will follow up on the many pledges made during the Malmö Forum in October to remember the Holocaust and to combat anti-Semitism and other forms of racism. Dag Hammarskjöld, the former UN Secretary General, once wrote, "Only they who keep their eyes fixed on the far horizon will find the right road." So, let us keep our eyes fixed on the horizon. If we do, I'm sure that we will not only find the right road, but also more companions along the way to democracy for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Switzerland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden, for offering us this timely opportunity to compare notes and join forces on this most fundamental yet challenging subject, democracy. Democracy as government of the people, by the people, and for the people has been a revolution in the history of mankind. Some in the past have argued that it is impractical or even dangerous. But history has shown that democracy can bring justice, social stability, peace, freedom, and economic prosperity. Better than any other political system, it allows for the self-realization of individuals. Democracy's universal appeal has not diminished, especially not to those living in non-democratic countries. At the same time, we face a worrying trend in established democracies of weakening support for the institutions. The sense of community and the subtle balance between rights and duties is being eroded. The growing complexity of issues we are confronted with sometimes seems to favor technocratic solutions lacking democratic foundations. Along with important opportunities, digitalization of our world poses an additional challenge to democracies. My claim is that there is reason for optimism. Democracies are resilient. Take my country, Switzerland, linguistically, culturally, historically, and politically diverse. We have built our nation not on objective given factors, but on our common will to live together under rules freely chosen by ourselves. Today, this diversity is our great strength, since it allows for creativity and innovation in a globalized context. Direct democracy is a key element in the Swiss political system. The people not only elect their leaders, but also vote on concrete issues that affect them, at the national, cantonal, and communal level. This leads to better policy outcomes and increases the legitimacy of political decisions. Of course, Swiss democracy is not perfect. For example, we excluded women for much too long. The Swiss experience also reminds us that democracy is not a stable condition. It is a coming together of antagonistic social forces and individuals willing to compromise for the greater good. As such, democracy is never achieved. It is a work in constant progress. Swiss foreign policy has a constitutional mandate to promote democracy. Our approach is a principled one, not against someone, but for democracy, not only because we are convinced that democracy can bring justice and freedom at the individual level, but also peace, stability, and prosperity among nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Iceland.
Dear colleagues, promoting and defending democracy is central to Iceland's national identity and at the heart of my government's policies at home and abroad. Although a solid democratic tradition is well established in Iceland, advancing democratic principles is inherently an ongoing process. In our recent general election, we experienced some irregularities in the counting of votes in one of our constituencies. After a thorough investigation, the majority of parliaments concluded that there was not enough ground to order a repeat vote. It was not an easy decision, and the controversy surrounding it serves as a reminder of the importance of the integrity of elections and that they are safeguarded by a trusted legal framework. In recent years, we have sadly witnessed some serious backlash in democracy, human rights, and gender equality around the world. This trend must be reversed, inter alia with the help of independent media and strong civil society. In order to fight the erosion of trust in democratic structures, innovative government is needed, which engages with society in an inclusive fashion. The COVID-19 pandemic has put a further strain on our democratic societies. During the pandemic, we have seen human rights come under attack, including an alarming rise in gender-based violence. Dear colleagues, the biggest challenge we collectively face in the longer term is the climate crisis. As global citizens, we are all responsible for this man-made crisis. And those of us with resources have a moral duty to assist climate refugees, the number of which is bound to increase as this crisis deepens. As we make the inevitable transformation to a carbon-neutral society and a more circular economy, we must ensure that this transition does not lead to new inequalities. Our societies are also going through a continuous digital transformation, a process that we must ensure leads to more equal societies. A key part of Iceland's determination to advance democracy focuses on gender equality and rights of LGBTI people. And my government has agreed on a range of concrete actions to be implemented over the next few years. Dear colleagues, in closing, I would like to thank you, President Biden, for convening this summit. Iceland is proud to keep on working towards advancing democratic values and fundamental respect for human rights for everyone. Thank you.
the Prime Minister of Ireland.
I'm delighted to join you at this summit and would like to begin by thanking our host, President Biden, for taking the initiative to bring us together in a summit for democracy. Those of us who stand firmly for democracy know that it is something that we must never take for granted. It needs constant tending and renewal, and it needs to be defended whenever and wherever it comes under pressure. I would like to share with you some of the initiatives that my government is taking in Ireland to further strengthen and deepen our democracy. Ireland's first commitment is to combating all manifestations of racism, xenophobia, and related intolerance through a combination of legislation and educational measures. We will introduce a hate crimes bill to combat incitement to hatred and hate crime online and offline. We will also publish a new national action plan on racism, including measures to combat anti-Semitism, anti-Gypsyism, and other forms of racism. Our second commitment is to strengthen the structures and supports that underpin the very functioning of our democracy. We will establish an independent statutory electoral commission, which will enhance and protect our electoral system into the future. We have established a future media commission with the aim of supporting a strong, independent and pluralistic media sector. It will identify a sustainable pathway for the media over the next decade and beyond. We will continue to support free and independent news media through a review of our existing defamation law and the introduction of a bill to reform current defamation legislation. Ireland's third commitment is to ensure greater equality in our society through the full integration of equality concerns into the budgetary process across all branches of local and national government. Ireland's final commitment is to make significant investment through our development aid programme to multilateral efforts supporting democracy and protecting civil society space around the world. As a proud member of the European Union, Ireland works actively with our partners to ensure that the protection of democracy and human rights remains at the heart of European Union support to other countries, including as a member of the Team Europe Democracy Initiative. Ireland's commitment to supporting democracy and human rights at home and internationally, and to combat authoritarianism and global corruption is unwavering. To quote former US President John F. Kennedy, "Democracy is never a final achievement. It is a call to an untiring effort." We all must play our part in the untiring effort to protect the integrity of our democratic systems for the future. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Liberia.
His Excellency Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the government and people of the Republic of Liberia and wish to congratulate you, President Biden, for convening and hosting this critical and important summit for democracy at this time. We must strengthen our democracy and defend it against authoritarianism, the fight against corruption by promoting freedom and of human rights. In this regard, my government commits to fighting corruption at the highest level. We will seek legislative approval to amend the Liberia Anti-Corruption Act to grant that institution direct prosecutory powers. We will also propose legislation for the establishment of a dedicated criminal code for the prosecutions and conviction of public officials and individuals or institutions engaged in corrupt practices and financial offenses. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, my government continues to make significant strides towards achieving gender equality, as well as women and girls' empowerment. To ensure the protection of women and girls and other vulnerable citizens from rape and other sexual gender-based violence. I declare rape a national emergency in 2019 and set up a national steering committee that formulated a national action plan on women, peace, and security, geared towards significantly reducing the perpetrations of rape and other sexual offenses in Liberia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, additionally, we have begun engagements with our traditional leaders to end all forms of harmful traditional practices such as female genital mutilations, the FGM. We will shortly forward an anti-FGM bill for passage by the National Legislature. We commend our international partners for their continual support with this initiative. Excellencies, as Liberia prepares for its next general and presidential elections in 2023, the time is now to assure the citizenry of government's commitment to freeness, fairness, transparency, and accountability in elections funding, budgeting, and processes. Participation of more women in the electoral process will be a top priority. We will also make efforts to ensure that more women contest for seats in the legislature, as well as to hold key positions in the structures of government. Over the next year, we intend to introduce legislative transparency by making all votes public so that constituents can hold their lawmakers accountable for their actions, which is a fundamental element of any healthy democracy. My government also commits to the formalization of customary land tenure, bringing security of tenure to historically marginalized communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Portugal.
Your Excellency, the President of the United States of America, Mr. Joseph Biden, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure in joining you to focus on such an important leaders' event on democracy. You will agree with me that democracy has withstood the test of time, and while other forms have failed, democracy stood strong. It has time and again proved its importance and impact. And yet, here we are, feeling the need to discuss the challenges facing democracy globally and within each one of our countries. How resilient are indeed our democracies? In a way, Europe has turned the page on its oppressive past and worked to build constitutional parliamentary systems in which its citizens enjoy participation in elections and practice their free speech, enjoying the benefits of living in societies governed by the rule of law. In the case of Portugal, democracy has been linked to the project of European construction. In fact, our request to join the European Union had a lot to do with the goal to preserve the still young democratic institutions in the troubled years after our 74 revolution. Nevertheless, many of our societies appear less protective today of their pluralism and more accepting of populism. My experience has been that populism thrives most easily where people have lost trust in their governments, parliaments and courts, where large numbers of citizens feel deprived of opportunities. Minorities have not been integrated into wider society. The same thing befalls democracy as it does security, freedom, health, and everything that, having been conquered, we now take for granted. Through their trivialization, we have taken away their value. It is for that reason that we can witness the populist narrative gaining ground almost unopposed. Rather than looking for alternatives to democracy, we should instead seek to reform our systems through concrete measures in at least 3 areas. First, we need more effective democracies. We need elections with integrity that legitimize the winners and provide the public with confidence in their leaders and institutions. At the other side of the spectrum, there is room for increased populism, authoritarian leaders, and divided societies. Second, we need to tackle inequality, both economic, social, and political, meaning also more inclusive democracies, bringing in the young, the women, the poor and minorities into the political system. Third and last, we need to champion democracy. Let's not forget that democracy is always a work in progress. We need to cherish and defend it. We need to reform it for the future generations. Excellencies, we should not take as granted something that needs to be built together again and again every day, in words and in deeds. In words, as we're doing here today, in deeds providing our citizens with freedom and democracy, proving that rights are indeed rights and not just promises. Democracy must be lived and felt by each and every citizen. In other words, this time by President Jimmy Carter, the experience of democracy is like the experience of life itself, always changing, infinite in its variety, sometimes turbulent, and all the more valuable for having been tested by adversity. And so, I wish you every good fortune in this so meaningful event, fighting today as yesterday and tomorrow for democracy.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Senegal.
Chers collègues, Mesdames, Messieurs, je remercie chaleureusement le président Joe Biden pour son aimable invitation et salue son excellente initiative d'organiser ce sommet pour la démocratie. L'histoire du régime démocratique est inséparable de celle des libertés et droits fondamentaux de l'homme, lui permettant de vivre, de s'épanouir et de choisir librement ses dirigeants. Elle renseigne également qu'au-delà des principes et des textes, l'exercice démocratique repose d'abord et avant tout sur l'équilibre entre liberté, responsabilité, respect des institutions et de l'ordre public. C'est ce qui fait la force du régime démocratique, mais aussi sa délicatesse et ses vulnérabilités. Quel que soit son âge et son degré de maturité, la pratique démocratique n'est jamais une œuvre achevée. mais un idéal en construction et dont les fondements peuvent vaciller à tout moment. C'est dire qu'en la matière, nous devons faire preuve d'humilité, car il y a plus d'expériences à partager que de leçons à donner. Nos valeurs partagées fondent notre adhésion aux idéaux communs. En même temps, gardons à l'esprit que nos expériences historiques et nos réalités socio-économiques peuvent être différentes et que chaque régime démocratique évolue selon son propre métabolisme. Ainsi, pour nous, pays en retard sur le processus de développement, la réalisation des droits économiques, sociaux et culturels est aussi prioritaire que l'exercice des droits civils et politiques. D'autre part, la tendance à l'émiettement du vote montre que la préservation du régime démocratique réside dans le partage du pouvoir au-delà des différences idéologiques. Le power sharing aide à stabiliser les pays en pacifiant l'espace politique. Finalement, nos ennemis communs ont pour nom le populisme, le radicalisme, les extrémismes de tous bords, l'extrême pauvreté, l'exclusion sociale et les fake news. Ce sont les plus grandes menaces contemporaines contre les régimes démocratiques. Ce sont elles que nous devons combattre ensemble et solidairement pour le triomphe des idéaux qui nous rassemblent. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Out of Athens more than 2,500 years ago, there came a simple and beautiful idea that people are neither passive nor powerless, but free citizens with a right to participate in the governance of their country. The idea of democracy has gathered force down the centuries, inspiring billions across the world and converging on the principles we all share. We believe that our peoples are entitled to elect and remove their governments through the ballot box, overseen by independent courts and a free media. We're only here because our electorates have, at least for the time being, raised us to positions of responsibility for their affairs. But they have every right to cast us down and out again, and we would not wish it any other way. No one knows more about trusting the voters than our host, President Biden, who has, by my count, fought 11 elections. I don't know how many he's won, most of them, I suppose, and at least as many as any leader in the democratic world. Yet democracy is not just an ideal. It's the practical way of creating the atmosphere of free inquiry that allows genius to breathe. In an era when technological advance and therefore economic success depend on discovery and invention, it's no coincidence that of the 10 most innovative countries in the world, 9 are liberal democracies. And it's because of these innate advantages that it has never been more vital to strengthen democracy at home and stand up for our principles abroad, including through our trade, security, and economic partnerships. So we in the United Kingdom are working with our friends to ensure that emerging technologies are designed to safeguard our shared values of freedom and openness. We're joining our fellow democracies to help developing countries to build clean and green infrastructure with transparent projects that are open to scrutiny by the people who will benefit. And we're using our new system of national sanctions to target those responsible for corruption or human rights violations across the world. This summit provides an opportunity to go further and the year of action that will follow. Britain will take even stronger measures against the illicit finance that undermines democracy everywhere, strengthening our law enforcement powers to go after the criminals who abuse our corporate structures. We will bring more openness to the purchase of properties in the UK by overseas entities and take forward new laws to safeguard our democratic processes and institutions from those who would do us harm. As we do this, we know that we cannot take democracy for granted, but nor should we waver in our faith that trusting the people is the surest fruit to national unity and success. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of Belize.
Excellencies, democracies the world over are facing existential challenges and high expectations from the people we govern. But history tells us that democracy has the infinite capacity to evolve. Even in Belize, with our historic record of progressive democratic consolidation, we have appreciated the necessity of democratic evolution. This year, my government decided to appoint a Constitutional Reform Commission to undertake a comprehensive review of the Belize Constitution through a consultative process and make specific recommendations for changes deemed necessary. Democracy is alive. Corruption erodes democratic institutions and undermines public trust and confidence. My administration has reconstituted and strengthened the Parliamentary Public Accounts Committee. We have tabled in Parliament the Protected Disclosures Whistleblowers Bill, and we will shortly be centralizing public procurement. Oversight and accountability for expenditure of public funds are essential, and we must continually review and reform the institutions that protect the public purse. My government also reiterates its firm commitment to advancing the implementation of the UN Convention Against Corruption. Whilst these universal values endure as democracies, we must meet the greatest challenges of our times. Our democracies will not survive without climate justice. Our people will die without equitable access to vaccines against COVID-19. Health is a human right. Eradicating extreme poverty remains the single greatest challenge of our lifetime. Hunger and want know not democracy. Our democracies must be robust and resilient, but must also be tolerant enough to accommodate contending ideas and cohesive enough to protect and appreciate diversity. We need new approaches to fortify our democratic systems against threats. Collaboration and cooperation among democracies will lead to new reforms and measures that will meet emergent challenges. Ultimately, the strength and legitimacy of democracy comes from the people. Ultimate power resides in the people. Let us work continuously to deliver on the rich promise of democracy, that all citizens can live in peace with dignity and are afforded equal opportunities to fulfill their destiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Costa Rica.
El escritor mexicano Octavio Paz dijo que una nación sin elecciones libres es una nación sin voz, sin ojos y sin brazos. ¿Cuánta verdad hay en estas sencillas palabras, que retratan uno de los principios fundamentales de la democracia, como es el proceso libre y transparente de elección de las y los gobernantes? Pero sabemos también que la democracia es mucho más que un proceso electoral. Una democracia sólida implica garantizar la institucionalidad democrática, la separación e independencia de los poderes del Estado, el respeto al diálogo, la promoción del respeto, la tolerancia, la libertad de expresión y el pluralismo político, el respeto al otro. Todos estos valores son necesarios para alcanzar la paz, el progreso y el bienestar, pilares sobre los cuales se construye una verdadera sociedad democrática. Como parte de los anuncios nacionales de esta cumbre, Costa Rica se compromete a una serie de acciones que buscan dar continuidad al proceso de fortalecimiento de su propia democracia, a su sistema de paz y justicia social. Para ello, seguirá promoviendo el acceso a la justicia como un pilar fundamental de la democracia, a fortalecer la independencia judicial y defender el presupuesto nacional para el Poder Judicial. Igualmente, reconociendo el impacto social positivo del programa Sembremos Seguridad, una estrategia nacional que gracias al apoyo de los gobiernos de los Estados Unidos y socios, amigos, también como Colombia, se ha afianzado en el país, buscando priorizar y focalizar delitos, riesgos y otros factores que inquietan a nuestra ciudadanía, mediante herramientas para la prevención de la violencia, y así ampliar el programa a todos los gobiernos locales en todo el país. También compartiremos como una mejor práctica este programa en otros países de la región. Aspiramos a construir un programa similar llamado Sembremos la Anticorrupción. Hemos iniciado también acercamientos con diversos actores para propiciar un pacto nacional de juventudes contra la desinformación de cara a nuestro proceso electoral que culminará su primera etapa en febrero del 2022. Nos comprometemos a defender el sistema interamericano de derechos humanos como un marco fundamental para la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos en nuestro país y en toda la región, bastión esencial para el fortalecimiento de la democracia. Queremos sumar a estos compromisos y esfuerzos compromisos específicos para revertir la desigualdad y proteger al medio ambiente mediante la generación de programas de empleabilidad focalizada en el desarrollo de talento humano, el impulso también de la inserción laboral, principalmente de mujeres y jóvenes, con un enfoque inclusivo, sostenible, resiliente, con innovación y tecnología. También continuar impulsando los proyectos nacionales como el Plan de Descarbonización, la alta ambición climática y la protección de la biodiversidad en el marco del derecho a un ambiente sano. Finalmente, agradecemos al gobierno de los Estados Unidos de América, al presidente Biden, por la invitación a sumarnos a su iniciativa Lifeline, que apoya a organizaciones de la sociedad civil en conflicto en la cual esperamos participar activamente. Nuevamente agradezco al presidente Biden por liderar este espacio para fortalecer la democracia global y por sumar a nuestro pequeño pero gran país, Costa Rica, en la defensa global por un mundo con más oportunidades de desarrollo para nuestros pueblos, en situaciones de dignidad y goce efectivo de sus derechos fundamentales.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the Prime Minister of New Zealand.
Ngā mihi mahana kia koutou katoa, mai e toko whenua o Aotearoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Greetings to you all. Mr. President, heads of state and government, civil society organisation, friends. I greet you in Te Reo Māori, the language of the Indigenous people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. As I deliver this national statement to the Summit for Democracy from here in New Zealand, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to President Biden for bringing us together in these challenging times of COVID-19 and when other events threaten to disconnect us and divide us. The Summit for Democracy comes at a critical time in which our model of democracy, underpinned by human rights and the rule of law, is being challenged across the globe. If we're to navigate the challenges of our time, including COVID-19 and climate change, we'll need to do so in a way that reflects our key strength, the inclusivity of our societies, which allow us to acknowledge and value a diversity of voices and build enduring institutions and approaches to help solve challenges and address needs. We are a proud, independent and democratic nation. Aotearoa, New Zealand is one of a handful of countries in the world with a record of holding regular elections since 1854. On the 19th of September 1893, New Zealand became the first self-governing country in the world in which women had the right to vote in parliamentary elections. New Zealand is currently ranked the 4th most democratic country in the world, according to the Economist Democracy Index 2020, and ranked first equal in Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index. We consider that, in our own experience, a healthy democracy needs to have the necessary checks and balances that promote accountability and transparency, including an independent judiciary, freedom of expression, and have well-functioning institutions that make our democracy work. Now, while our values and the institutions of our democratic system have worked well for Aotearoa New Zealand, we recognise that these are unique to our country and that our democracy needs to evolve and improve in order to remain vibrant, inclusive, and relevant for all New Zealanders. For example, in 1993, New Zealanders voted in a referendum to change our parliamentary voting system to a mixed member proportional representation system. And this has led our parliament being now more representative and diverse, better reflecting our society. Successive New Zealand governments have also sought to foster stronger, ongoing and effective relationships with Māori as the Indigenous people of Aotearoa, and to settle historical grievances and breaches of the Treaty of Waitangi. This settlement process has been critical to addressing the wrongs of the past and for creating a pathway for a more inclusive society in New Zealand, an area where we must continue to work hard to realise that vision. In an age of new and emerging technology, it's also vital that we work together and that we put human rights at the centre of our approach. That means that governments must work alongside civil society and the private sector in more open formats, finding durable, collaborative global solutions. For example, I've seen the progress we've made through the Christchurch Call to Action, when governments, industry and civil society work together to eliminate terrorist and violent extremist content online. The United States of America joined the Christchurch Call this year, and I look forward to working together as part of that call. Advancing human rights and democracy abroad with a broad range of partners is an important priority for Aotearoa New Zealand. As a Pacific nation and a founding member of the Pacific Islands Forum, we're committed to working in partnership with Pacific countries to build resilient democracies, especially in dealing with the impact of COVID-19. As part of our government's focus on working with others to build resilience in the Pacific, I'm pleased to announce that we'll be committing an additional $1 million New Zealand to support Pacific countries' anti-corruption efforts. This new support complements the considerable support we provide already for regional anti-corruption efforts, strengthening national audits and support for the public service and justice sectors in the Pacific. In keeping with our view that the media plays a crucial role in the functioning of democracy, I'm also pleased to announce that we will be making an additional contribution of $150,000 New Zealand to UNESCO's Global Media Defence Fund to support the UN's efforts to enhance the safety of journalists. We're also contributing to the International Fund for Public Interest Media to support the development of public interest media in resource-poor and fragile settings. Once again, though, I'd like to thank President Biden for his initiative to hold this summit, bringing together this community of democracies to take action to defend against authoritarianism and address and fight corruption, and to promote respect for human rights both at home and abroad. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of the Marshall Islands.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to bring you warm greetings of Yahweh on behalf of the people and government of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. This Summit for Democracy, hosted by the United States, is a vital opportunity for democratic countries to advance on what unites us. The rise of authoritarian movements globally and in our wider region is of great concern. As we have learned in serving on the UN Human Rights Council, we must network with democracies around the world. We are all united by a common cause, a commitment to ensuring the freedom to openly choose our governments, to effectively address corruption, and to advance core human rights. The Marshall Islands enshrines these values directly in our Constitution and implements them in our practice. Our compact of free association with the United States is a shared commitment to ensure our democracy, our freedom, and development defense, including against authoritarianism. As a relatively young nation, we face some very difficult, unique challenges in our economy, core social development, and environment. The rising seas, driven by climate change, and the impacts of nuclear testing are especially difficult threat to our future. As a large port state for tuna fishing, we are actively engaged in all efforts in our capacity to secure our maritime boundary, to curb illegal fishing, and to address human and drug trafficking to ensure our people the freedom and prosperity they deserve. But no matter our challenges, we spare no possible opportunity to ensure our people the importance of our custom and culture, to have the freedom and dignity of human rights embedded in our Constitution. Neither the global pandemic nor any other unique development burden can ever be used by the Marshall Islands or any other nation to justify human rights violation or evade accountability. I agree with US President Biden that our commitment must be in actions, not just lofty rhetoric. So we look forward to joining many of the initiatives put forward. In the Region Nauru communique, the 5 leaders of the Micronesian President Summit, Kiribati, Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, Nauru, and Palau, issued a first-ever commitment to develop an initial statement of shared foreign policy goals. In this regard, the Marshall Islands look forward to working with other Micronesian countries to address the key themes of this summit. This is a key opportunity to strengthen the links between our region and other democracies around the world. Thank you, and Komol Dada.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, the President of Nauru.
I extend very warm greetings to all heads of states, leaders of civil society organizations and the private sector, as well as representatives alike who are in attendance of this Summit for Democracy. Furthermore, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the invitation by the President of the United States and an opportunity to contribute to the aspirations of nations large and small, developed and less developed, on the subject of democracy, and to listen and speak with great frankness on the challenges facing democracy globally, regionally, and not forgetting in our own countries. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is a privilege that we all enjoy. It is democracy which vests the supreme authority to the people to directly or indirectly, through free and fair elections, to elect our leaders. Our governments are elected by the people, and in doing so, they bestow their trust in their leaders. As leaders, it is our duty to foster the responsibility conferred on us by our own people. The foundation of my beloved nation, with a population of around 12,000, is built on the doctrine of constitutionalism and rule of law. Since independence in 1968, our forefathers, in adopting democratic principles, have enshrined in our Constitution the doctrine of separation of powers. Democracy is indeed an art of mankind. Constitutionalism is governance in accordance with the law. While statutory and administrative powers are given to persons and institutions, such powers must be exercised to ensure that our responsibility to electors and our commitment to the international community remains the main focus. Power is not to be abused to the extent where the majority use it for authoritarian purposes. Powers given to the leaders are to be appropriately utilized. Otherwise, as Lord Acton said, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. To this we say, therefore, the use of power must always be tempered with wisdom, and as the Bible says, the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. Otherwise, it will lead to the trampling over of all democratic principles, leaving aside the concept of liberal democracy. My government strongly believes in the traditional democratic principle where power vests with the people and the various institutions of the Republic. Despite having elected members in Parliament for matters of national interest, the opinions of the people matter and are sought. Recently, we made changes to our laws to allow greater participation of the people of Nauru in the decision-making process by the bureaucrats. A national survey or poll will be our norm in the future to decide on important national issues so that individual citizens are able to participate in the decision-making process at the national level. As a nation, Nauru believes in ensuring that every person has access to a free and fair justice system. For that reason, recently we have reformed, transitioned, and evolved our judicial system. This includes the establishment of our own final appellate court, which has been given power to determine core legal issues regarding important matters of the Constitution and land. Both these subjects deal with fundamental rights and obligations of our people. Access to justice and the respect for human rights go hand in hand. However, our political realities are that limitations on human rights are sometimes placed in the hands of the executive. An independent and fair judiciary with its appellate process provides an avenue for those aggrieved by executive decisions to a secure enforcement of those rights. Our judicial reform is firmly embedded to achieve these goals. Liberal democracy is not synonymous with only giving rights to people to choose their representatives. Often, a majority in Parliament is seen to ignore the rights of the minorities. The Westminster parliamentary system is designed in such a way that the majority are able to control the Parliament. That is the democratic process. In order to ensure that the members of Parliament in Nauru, whether as part or outside of government, have the autonomous power to represent their electors, we have made laws to separate the administrative and financial functions of Parliament from the executive. A parliamentary office headed by the Speaker has complete autonomy on legislative, administrative, and financial functions. We must, as governments and leaders, visualize strategies to fight corruption. Nauru, as a state party to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, demonstrates its commitment by not only refining its anti-corruption laws, but by also implementing them. Nauru also participates in meetings of the convention parties to educate its population on corruption-related issues. We must, as servants of our countries, envisage how to promote the respect for human rights by succeeding in the quest to regulate, civilize, and create mechanisms for order around us which protects harmony, guarantees safe possession, and allows society to develop. In the 37th session of the Universal Periodic Review, Nauru shared with peer states its progress in legitimizing the human rights treaties that it is a party to, especially in promoting, protecting, and fulfilling the rights of vulnerable groups such as women, children, persons with disabilities, and detained persons. For a small nation like Nauru, issues impacting the environment are directly related to the livelihood and survival of our people. We urge upon developed countries to ensure that the Paris Agreement on climate change be strengthened to ensure that the bigger and economically powerful countries mitigate the losses suffered by countries such as Nauru, in particular our land and marine resources. We are all parties to numerous international treaties and conventions on human rights and anti-corruption. But what are we really doing with these treaties and conventions? Are we simply ratifying them to make the numbers to bring these treaties and conventions into effect? By ratifying treaties and conventions, does it make our countries more democratic? Does it ensure human rights are part and parcel of our country's commitments, not only for our own people, but to the international community? On behalf of the Republic of Nauru, I pledge my commitment to bolstering democracy for our small nation, as well as for your nations in our international family. Tubakar.
Democracy has been under a lot of pressure. It is being undermined by non-democratic practices and demagogues trying to divide us.
People are losing hope. There is a sense that alternative models, authoritarian models, are a viable option.
We're in a narrative war right now. There are a few people that actually want to weaponize information in a way that actually discourages people, that creates and generates fear.
We saw what social media did to public discourse. I mean, it sort of disappeared, everything polarized. And that is very, very dangerous.
When we're talking about democracy, we're not just talking about the process of democracy. We're literally talking about a value that says that all people are created equal, that their voices matter.
It's about justice, about fairness.
It's really about people having agency over decisions made about their lives.
To choose their government and to have governments that they feel are accountable to them.
Democracy is not a spectator sport. If you do not participate, then there is no democracy.
And this is that opportunity, and I'm seeing human rights defenders around the world living those values as they try to heal and move their communities out of these crises.
It is a prerequisite for us as activists to really dramatically reach out from our own bubble and try to find allies, or even unlikely allies.
We start in our families, in our schools, in our neighborhood. It's less about convincing people, it's more about making the space that allows everyone to participate.
When we're traveling around communities, we're connecting with people on a human-to-human level. Just saying, I see you, and I see your community, and your communities matter.
The idea was to lower the barriers for young people to participate in public conversation. And it's not just about bringing people together who have differing views. It's very much about structuring conversations around the commitment to a common search for truth, a common search for solutions.
All action doesn't have to be about challenging an authority. It can be about what's possible. If the safest thing for you is to keep reading novels and connecting with other people who read novels, and that's how you keep the light on, let's do that.
The democratic challenge is, how do we rebuild consensus? How do we create conditions for people to heal together?
To actually radically reimagine the system we have and think about how do we make it stronger? How do we make it more equitable?
To have our share of joy and beauty.
We have to make the case of the importance of democracy to people, their families, their communities, their nation, as the best way of protecting their freedoms and protecting their futures.
With the humility that we're not the ones with the answers, not all the time.
The fight for democracy has been a long one. People have gone to jail, people have been tortured, but the seeds that were planted, they will remain and they will grow.
Democracy doesn't happen by accident. We have to defend it, fight for it, strengthen it, renew it.
Good day and welcome to today's session on preventing and countering corruption, one of the major themes of this week's Summit for Democracy. Today's session coincides with International Anti-Corruption Day, and our speakers will highlight how corruption erodes democracy, distorts markets, widens inequality, destabilizes societies, and ultimately undermines faith in popular governance. As authoritarianism rises around the world, it has never been more important for stakeholders in democratic governments to think about how we can act collectively to counter the corrosive effects of corruption. Our panel today will feature a thoughtful discussion on how we can promote robust civil societies and a free press to enhance government transparency and accountability, with the goal, of course, of improving people's lives in all of our countries. We begin today's session with with President Maya Sandu of the Republic of Moldova. President Sandu won her election with a pledge to end a long-standing reign of corrupt politicians and oligarchs. She has more than lived up to that promise, leading the fight against corruption in Moldova, and most recently launching a 6-member anti-corruption independent consultative committee to investigate and prevent future corruption in her country. Welcome, President Sandu. We look forward to your remarks.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to address this high-level forum on International Anti-Corruption Day on behalf of the citizens of my country, the Republic of Moldova. Despite setbacks we have experienced in the past, Moldova's citizens continue to believe in fundamental justice. They have once again rallied together to demand from politicians an end to the pervasive graft that has hindered our young democracy. Moldovans have always struggled for democracy. Yet, throughout the 3 decades since our country gained its cherished independence, corruption has been one of the key impediments that prevented Moldova from developing the full potential of its hardworking people. Corruption is the reason we fail to create a functional state with equal opportunities for all. Exploiting the weaknesses of state institutions, corrupt groups stole from people, used dirty money to buy political parties, and abused media networks to manipulate public opinion and cling to power. While in office, they used government institutions to build up more illegal wealth. The more they achieved their venal goals, the more Moldova failed. Corrupt governments have plunged Moldova into poverty. Institutions were captured. Impunity and injustice became widespread. A few powerful individuals monopolized economic flows, discouraging investments and eroding opportunities. Financial crimes became the norm. Banking sector fraud amounting to 12% of GDP and the $22 billion laundered through the country are indicators of the magnitude of corruption we faced in the last decade alone. This had severe consequences for our economy, our statehood, our national security. But things can be very different. The citizens of Moldova have made their expectations very clear. We must break the vicious cycle of corruption and state capture, which has held Moldova back for so long. This goal has united the Moldovans, regardless of their ethnic origin or the language that they speak. People want a cleaner public service, which would be worthy of respect, strengthen social cohesion, and make the state more functional. Our fight against corruption includes specific measures: eliminating corrupt people from the justice system, including through an extraordinary external evaluation of judges and prosecutors, building strong anti-corruption institutions, tracing and recovering the stolen money, promoting fiscal transparency and accountability, and ending illegal financing of political parties. These are not simple tasks. These are tough, serious, systemic endeavors which must be waged relentlessly across the board. We are meeting fierce resistance from those who still benefit from the old system. But the people did not ask us to be nice. They asked us to make sure that everyone follows the rules. And we are determined to do this in good faith for the benefit of all citizens, for the common good. This takes me to my final message. Corruption has to be tackled from both ends, both where money is stolen from and where money is moved to. Without targeted help from consolidated democracies, we will not succeed. Corrupt officials with their ill-gotten gains should not be allowed to settle and lead comfortable lives in Western democracies after looting vital resources from their home countries. The $1 billion from the banking fraud and the $22 billion laundered through Moldova traveled through the accounts of entities in 60 different countries. We need more cross-national investigations against cases of large-scale corruption. We need tighter enforcement of international regulations against money laundering by established democracies. Assets should be more easily returned to the people from whom they were stolen. They should improve people's lives and not be enjoyed by fugitive criminals. I know that what I'm asking for is not cost-free. It involves delicate trade-offs. But to see the success of democracy in the 21st century, meaningfully enforcing these laws and regulations is a very small price to pay. My state, the Republic of Moldova, is moving forward. At the same time, we are determined to go after corrupt politicians who have plundered our people in the past. But we cannot do it alone. On behalf of many fragile democracies, I ask for your support in bringing corrupt officials to justice and returning the assets that do not belong to them. They must know that justice will reach them no matter where they flee or how inventive they are in stashing their ill-gotten gains. Together, we can go a long way to bring back those much-needed resources. Otherwise, our will to fight corruption by itself is not enough. This must be a global, collaborative effort as we all share the view that corruption is the one thing that can undermine democracy regardless of where we live. It undermines institutions, weakens states, and disillusions democratic citizens, which plays into the hand of authoritarian leaders and cross-border criminal groups. We should combat corruption collectively to uphold and fulfill the promises of democracy for our people: development, freedom, economic opportunities, and equal treatment of everyone before the law. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sandu, for launching this discussion with such a specific call and a roadmap for what the world needs to do collectively. Thanks to you. And now to Dr. Mo Ibrahim, the founder and chair of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, who has led initiatives to improve governance and leadership in Africa by delivering reports of government performances and rewarding African leaders who strengthen democracy. Dr. Ibrahim was the recipient of the Clinton Global Citizen Award, the Eisenhower Medal and for Distinguished Leadership and Service, and many honorary degrees from major universities. His most recent efforts have advanced Africa's pandemic recovery. Dr. Ibrahim, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And let me start by really expressing my gratitude to President Biden for convening this summit. Today is the International Anti-Corruption Day. It is only appropriate, if we're talking about democracy, to also address corruption. Because corruption really undermines democratic institutions and rule of law. It distorts markets, it slows economic development, heightens conflicts and instability. It also contributes to environmental destruction, and it erodes trust between citizens and governments. In Africa, which is my continent, illicit financial flows out of Africa are really staggering. It's averaging over $107 billion annually. every year. That's the average, over $100 billion a year. This is much more than the sum of all foreign aid coming to Africa and the debt, concessional debt over to Africa. The tsunami of money leaving Africa. What does it mean for Africa? It means that 600 million people are without electricity. It means lack of resources to improve health and education. Maybe you could have got a little bit more money to buy some vaccines if it is possible. I mean, other people are hoarding the vaccine, even with money you cannot buy it, but it also means more inequality and instability. This is the cost of corruption. It is a real cost for people's lives and way of living. Now, despite the work of the United Nations, the Financial Action Task Force, the OECD, despite the red flags from the World Bank, from the IMF, and despite the wonderful work of many foundations, very little progress has been made. Why? I think maybe because we're not very serious about tackling corruption. Take transnational bribery, cross-border bribery and corruption. This has been legal for centuries, have been legal. Until 1977, when the United States introduced the Foreign Corrupt Practice Act. It took many years for Europe to follow. However, very few companies have been charged, especially in Europe. Actually, in some European countries, nobody has been charged. China had a big drive against corruption, yet we haven't heard of any prosecution for any Chinese company for misbehavior in Africa. This means one of two things. Either there's no corruption in Africa, and or we're not serious. And you can decide for yourself which one of those. Let us consider the anonymous companies, where nobody really knows who are the beneficial owners. This is the ideal place to park your illicit funds. This is a safe house for drug traffickers, criminals, terrorists, corrupt politicians, corrupt business people. There's no social or business need for these companies. Yet, many countries are reluctant to introduce or to force registers for the beneficial ownership in these companies. And a few countries which did legislate to issue, to force registers for this company, said the register will only be available to competent authorities. They don't appreciate that in some places, competent authorities are really captured by people of interest. Anyway, we really don't need to wait for the leaks from Panama or from the Paradise Island but to see some transparency here. We really need to have registers and we need to make them public. That if we are serious. In Africa, we also need to be serious. We have been making some progress, not enough, small progress in improving governance, transparency, and democracy, but it's not enough. And actually, in the last couple of years, we have seen some democratic recession. And in this context, I really would like to salute the Sudanese young people, Sudanese youth, who have been for 2 years out there fighting for the democratic transfer in this country. This is wonderful. For those young women and men, I say, guys, I really love you. It's wonderful. But we have to understand We cannot deal with corruption unless we have on board also the business community. We need good governance in the business community. The bulk of this illicit tsunami of water leaving Africa is because of mispricing, profit, juggling profits and avoiding tax. This is a problem which really the business need to deal with it. And we need some commitment from those guys. Business should be part of the solution, not part of the problem. We really want everybody, business, government, civil society, political people, all, we need to be serious if we really want to deal with corruption. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. To frame the conversation to come now from our panel, let's take a look at this video.
Corruption is a cancer that eats away at a citizen's faith in democracy, diminishes the instinct for innovation and creativity, and most importantly, it denies the people their dignity.
And now it is my great privilege to turn the session over to our host for today, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Secretary Yellen has spent almost 50 years in academia and public service. She is the first person to have led the White House Council of Economic Advisors, the Federal Reserve, and the Treasury Department, and needless to say, the first woman to have held all of those positions as well. The Secretary will share what the U.S. Treasury has been doing to combat corruption here in the U.S. and overseas by targeting money launderers, oligarchs, and criminal groups, to say nothing of everyday tax evaders. Just yesterday, the U.S. announced sanctions targeting 16 individuals and 24 entities across several countries in Europe and the Western Hemisphere, targeting organized crime groups in line with the global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act. And then today, just today, the Treasury sanctioned 15 individuals and entities across several countries in Central America, Africa, and Europe, including corruption related to the pandemic, to COVID-19 procurement. So, Secretary Yellen, thank you so much for hosting us today. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Andrea, and thank you all. This gathering is a remarkable cross-section of the world's democracies. And as we've heard so far, we share a common adversary, corruption. Whether it's public officials on the take or laws that apply to everyone except the well-connected, corruption makes a mockery of our free and fair institutions. That is one thing all acts of corruption have in common. But today, I'd like to focus my remarks on another shared link, and that is the global financial system. Corruption, after all, is just a form of financial alchemy. It's the transformation of power into illicit money, or illicit money into power. And in order to catalyze that transformation, bad actors usually need an intermediary, a place to store or launder their ill-gotten gains, a shell company, a real estate transaction, an art purchase. For this reason, combating corruption is not just the work of the justice ministries, of prosecutors and law enforcement agents. It's also the work of finance ministries, of financial regulators and economic development experts. And we believe that our finance ministry, in particular, the United States Treasury, must play a leading role. The U.S. financial system is the backbone of the world economy. Enormous amounts of illicit funds can pass through or land in our markets. But just because bad actors want to launder money through the United States does not mean we need to make it easy for them. There are far too many financial shadows in America that give corruption cover. And we need to throw a spotlight on them. And that is what we are doing through many of the measures that are part of the government's holistic strategy to combat corruption, which we released this week. One crucial measure is exposing who owns shell companies and other illicit funds. In the popular imagination, the money laundering capitals of the world are small countries with histories of loose and secretive financial laws. But there's a good argument that right now, the best place to hide and launder ill-gotten gains is actually the United States. And that's because of the way we allow people to establish shell companies. Since Andrew Jackson, individual states have been free to set their own rules for incorporating companies. And since the early 20th century, some states have allowed anybody to establish a shell company without disclosing who really owns it, what we term the beneficial owner. But this is about to change. Thanks to Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN, we're now in the process of implementing the Corporate Transparency Act. A big bipartisan majority passed the law last year, and it allows us to build a national database of who owns what shell company. On Tuesday, FinCEN issued a proposed rule to collect the necessary information that will help us build this database. It will require many U.S. and foreign companies to report their true beneficial owners to FinCEN and to update that information when those beneficial owners change. We're also ensuring a similar principle applies to real estate, because many corrupt actors can hide their money in Miami or Central Park skyscrapers the same way they do in shell companies. An LLC or trust can be listed as the owner. A lawyer can sign the paperwork. Indeed, sometimes the only thing these luxury properties are home to are ill-gotten gains. They're money laundromats on the 81st floor. And so we're also soliciting public feedback on a future rulemaking, one that will make sure that when someone buys one of these properties with all cash, they can't hide their identity. Of course, these are just a few of our efforts. Once we shine a light on places where corrupt actors operate, we need to go after them, like when we see people pocketing money that is meant to go towards crucial public efforts like fighting the pandemic. Today, Treasury sanctioned several corrupt actors, including 2 who did exactly this. We've also established a kleptocracy fund to reward people who can provide intelligence about where corrupt foreign leaders are hiding their money in the United States. This work, the work of shutting kleptocrats out of American markets and pursuing them abroad, is work we're carrying out with partners at State, Justice, and USAID. In fact, today, the State Department announced a new coordinator on global anti-corruption issues and committed a substantial amount of funding to support members of the media and other activists who expose bad actors. USAID is launching a series of programs with similar goals. But let me close by saying this. It's very important that we recognize that it's not only foreign actors who abuse our financial system. There's corruption here at home, especially when it comes to how people pay taxes, or rather, how they don't. Last year, more than $600 billion was withheld from public coffers because of our broken tax system, which effectively lets the country's top earners and largest corporations get away with evasion. Now, obviously, there's a difference between a tax evader and autocrat who drains the public treasury. But the financial implications are similar. The country is deprived of funding for things that benefit everyone: education, childcare, roads, and bridges. The dollar that stays in a tax cheat's account is also the dollar denied to the child who needs subsidized kindergarten. After all, the United States cannot be a credible voice for free and fair government abroad if at the same time we allow the wealthy to break our laws with impunity. The idea of democracy is bound up in the idea of America. If we want free institutions to thrive the world over, then first, we must model what they look like at home. And with that, I'm happy to turn the discussion back to our moderator. Andrea, thank you again.
Thank you so much, Secretary Yellen. And now I want to bring in our panelists. Let's turn to this panel on how to prevent and counter corruption. We are very fortunate indeed to have with us several world leaders and award-winning defenders against corruption. Each of them have demonstrated a profound commitment to democracy, setting an example for the global community in their respective roles. Joining us today, we are honored to have the President of the Republic of Botswana, Mokgweetsi Masisi, who has pledged his commitment to fight corruption in his country. The President of the Slovak Republic, Zuzana Chaputova, the first woman to be elected head of state in her country. As a lawyer and environmentalist, she won a landmark case in the European Court of Justice, confirming the public's right to participate in decisions that impact the environment. And she was awarded the prestigious Goldman Environment Prize in 2016. Also with us today, Paul Radu, co-founder of the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, who led the award-winning Russian, Azerbaijani, and Troika laundromat investigation and coined the term laundromat to define large-scale financial fraud vehicles used to launder billions of dollars, as Secretary Yellen was just referring. Ruben Lefuka, Zambia's Transparency International Vice Chair, an architect and environmental consultant who serves on the board of the International Anti-Corruption Conference. From 2011 to 2013, Mr. Lefuka helped advise the President of the Republic of Zambia on drafting their new national constitution. And Ecuador's Attorney General, Diana Salazar-Mendez, who has been recognized by Secretary of State Blinken, as you just saw, as one of 12 inaugural anti-corruption champion heroes. She was the youngest person and the second woman to assume that post, and the first career prosecutor to become the country's chief law enforcement officer. Also with us is Daria Kaleniuk, the co-founder and executive director of Ukraine's Anti-Corruption Action Center, whose organization has displayed a critical role in shaping Ukraine's anti-corruption efforts. Welcome to all. Let's start with our first question to President Masisi of Botswana. Mr. President?
Thank you very much, Andrea. Secretary Yellen, distinguished panelists, it's an honor for me to have been invited to take part in this segment of President Biden's Summit for Democracy. The fight against corruption is at the top of my country's development agenda. And therefore, sharing this platform with a team of distinguished panelists to discuss this phenomena is encouraging as we learn more about the most effective ways to fight this vice. Corruption is commonly defined as the abuse of entrusted power for personal gain. It is a silent crime sustained by weak administrative systems and lack of accountability. It contributes to poverty by denying the poor and marginalized people in society basic services and amenities meant to address inequality and social injustice. In Botswana, we have embraced the importance of political will as critical in the fight against corruption because it engenders an anti-corruption culture at the highest level, which offers a firm foundation to deal with the vice. Botswana is aware of the corrosive nature of corruption on democracy and the rule of law. Hence, we have made it the responsibility of the political leadership and senior public servants to inculcate anti-corruption measures in their processes and procedures. In this respect, we have taken a deliberate decision to ensure that all government ministries and departments have anti-corruption units within their structures to conduct transaction monitoring for early detection of corruption practices. This initiative was informed by the realization that the fight against corruption is crucial in our governance system. We therefore encourage all systems of government to promote ethical behavior, integrity, commitment to standards and processes in their daily transaction as an anti-corruption tool. With rapid economic development, Botswana, like other countries, experience incidents of corruption, both in the public and private sectors. The fight against corruption is an effective tool and key to promoting good governance. As such, the agency mandated to combat corruption must be well-resourced and granted independence to conduct its affairs without any form of interference. To that end, the government of Botswana continues to ensure that the Directorate on Corruption and Economic Crime and other organs charged with the responsibility to address issues of corruption are adequately resourced. This is meant to enable them to conduct their affairs with acceptable levels of integrity and efficiency. Furthermore, the laws established in the DCEC grants it the necessary independence to insulate it from external interference. The legal framework establishing the Anti-Corruption Agency is premised on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and other related international instruments. As a result, government's fight against corruption continues to identify relevant, mutually and comparable beneficial bodies to create strategic partnerships in the fight against corruption. In this regard, Botswana has signed memoranda of understanding with several countries and international institutions to ensure her effectiveness in the fight against corruption. I thank you for your audience.
Thank you so much, President Moise, for telling us about the commitments in Botswana. And I want to also now introduce the President of Slovakia. President Chaputova, you said at your inaugural in November 2019 that we cannot hope for neither service delivery nor achieve any of our national objectives if our institutional frameworks are not robust, transparent, and accountable, and free from corruption. What measures and mechanisms of good governance have you put in place since taking office? I'm sorry, that was a question for the President of Botswana that I should have read. President Chaputova, when you became the first female leader of Slovakia after running on a platform of anti-corruption, what reforms have you made since coming into office? If you could tell us that, and then I'll return to give the President of Botswana a moment to answer that other question.
Dear Secretary Yellen, dear Presidents, dear all, I am honored to represent Slovakia at this panel. There are many ways to fight and prevent corruption, and I'm glad we are discussing them today. For me, the most interesting lesson in fighting corruption is that important is not just the quality of our legal framework or institutions, but also people with integrity who lead the law enforcement agencies. In Slovakia, after the fall of communism in 1989, our legacy was the lack of quality anti-corruption legislation and a culture of zero trust in authorities. A popular saying in the communist era was, if you are not stealing from the state, you are stealing from your own family. In the 1990s, we started with creating new legal standards, adapted the existing institutions, and built new and independent ones. Let me present some of the examples. The first one was the Freedom of Information Act. It's a powerful tool for public and investigative journalists to oversee state affairs and finances. When it comes to transparency, we added a simpler rule. No contract with state is valid unless it's published in a public registry. These steps helped us uncover and prevent corruption in many cases. Another example, we eliminated from public finance transactions. No entity can do substantial business with state unless it fully discloses its beneficial ownership in a specialized and publicly accessible registry. It's quite unique, and we are ready to share our experience. In the field of building institutions, we also added a specialized prosecutor's office and specialized criminal court to deal with high-level corruption and money laundering. An inspiration for several other countries. It's obvious we can change the rules quickly, but it takes decades to change people's mindset. My personal observation of the last 30 years is that we suffered from legislation and institutional optimism. We thought that if we have the necessary institutions and regulation in place, it would be enough. It is not. As I said in the beginning, what is crucial is the quality of people, especially those who lead the institutions. This was the reason why we adopted a transparent public selection process and hearings of candidates, for example, for judges or prosecutors. Dear all, the measures we adopted in Slovakia are helpful in fighting corruption. We know that corruption is never a local problem. It's affecting all of us, just like the climate crisis. So we must work together and globally because corruption knows no borders. Thank you, and I wish you a very good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Shapitova. President Masisi, if I could just follow up on, you described your commitments since your inaugural in 2019. How do you ensure that your government has the finances to maintain the institutions you've put in place to fight corruption and keep them insulated?
Thank you very much. The first responsibility is to make sure that you budget for them. It's a commitment, it's a principle of governance, and if you believe in it, you better put your money where your mouth is. So we established an entity, as in the Independent Anti-Corruption Agency, and so we fund it from government coffers.
For that answer. And now I want to bring in Paul Radu. You're the co-creator of Investigative Dashboard, a research desk that helps journalists to trace people, companies, and assets in criminal networks and to keep track of information in more complex investigations. So what do you see as the greatest obstacle to holding governments accountable, in particular in Romania and also around the world?
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this forum on behalf of my amazing colleagues at the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. We are investigative reporters working tirelessly in investigating organized crime, exposing the highest levels of corruption. And one of the main obstacles in investigating corruption, in exposing corruption, is the infrastructure that was built over more than 30, 40 years, over decades, the infrastructure, the criminal infrastructure that allows for this corruption to flourish. Now, I grew up in Eastern Europe. I'm from Romania. And in the early 90s, we were high on this dream of democracy. It was right after the fall of the Berlin Wall, right after the fall of the communism. And we thought, the page has turned and we're living in a new era and people have a new chance to experience freedom. What we didn't know was that we turned a page in the same book. The same people who were looting the countries, the Eastern European countries, in the 80s, in the 70s, kept on looting in the 90s, in the 2000s. 20 years later, I was with my co-founder in Cairo, in Egypt, working with investigative reporters in in the Arab countries and North Africa in exposing high-level organized crime and corruption in their countries. They were full of hope as well, because they thought the tide has turned. And, you know, hope was quashed at every turn, because what we didn't see, what many didn't see, was that this corrupt infrastructure that the criminals put in place over decades was still left intact. And this corrupt infrastructure is comprised of offshore companies, the lack of transparency when it comes to the financial services, the fact that the criminals are very innovative. They are early adopters of technology. They put together systems, corrupt systems, that are replicated over and over across geographies, across servers. So this is the biggest obstacle in fighting corruption, the fact that this infrastructure is not seen enough by enough people who can act on it. Now, at OCCRP, we exposed some of this corrupt infrastructure. We exposed the criminal services industry. Our colleagues at, working with other networks are also exposing this type of wrongdoing, but there needs to be more action on top of it. We need to come together a lot more. We need to build technology. We need to make sure that journalists can safely report on corruption. And this is the main point. This is a critical point. We're seeding these great plants, you know, that are going to grow and are going to flourish, that are going to foster democracy. But this is, you know, part of that is sustained by investigative reporting. And along the way, in the past 30, 40 years, investigative reporters have given their lives for it. Anna Politkovskaya, Jan Kuciak in Slovakia, Daphne Caruana Galizia, you know, many people in Mexico, in Colombia, in many other parts of the world, they have sacrificed, you know, for investigative reporting, in the service of the public. Right now, you know, our colleagues in Serbia at CRIC, Stevan Dojcinovic, are under immense pressure trying to reveal this corrupt infrastructure. This is what we need. We need your help to expose it, and we need your help to act on it. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Paul Radu. And that is a passion of mine, as you could imagine, through the Committee to Protect Journalists and the International Women's Media Foundation and other groups in which we're active here in the United States and globally. So the toll that has been taken on investigative reporting around the world, both those who've been killed and those who are still in jail in many countries, is just intolerable. Let me follow up as I bring in Ruben Lafuca, who is the Vice Chair of Transparency International in Zambia, which is dedicated to the global fight against corruption. You've laid out a strategy to drive systemic change by 2030, but do you have in place the independent ability to go after the corrupt holdovers from all of those decades, which I assume is similar in Zambia as it is in Romania, in Paul's native country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. Just one correction. I'm based in Zambia, but I'm the Vice Chair of Transparency International at the global level. I'm therefore here representing more than 100 plus chapters. So I would like to contextualize my remarks by talking about what is happening around the world and with the involvement of our chapters. It's firstly an important occasion for us to share our views. I think that probably the best way to structure the question that you've asked is to look at how we can work collaboratively as civil society, independent media, with governments. And for us as Transparency International, we've been looking at this issue of how, as civil society, we can collaborate with other actors in holding corrupt actors accountable. And we have often seen, in too many cases, people who come to power, political leaders who come to power with populist tendencies, lash out at accountability-focused actors. The deliberate weakening of both institutional and societal checks over the past decade is one of the reasons why we are facing this interlinked crisis of corruption and democracy today. But to fulfill these mandates within the democratic system, like President Masisi said, the oversight and enforcement bodies such as anti-corruption agencies and supreme audit institutions need to be functionally independent and adequately resourced, but also empowered to detect and sanction wrongdoing. And for Transparency International, we've made a number of proposals insofar as transparency measures are concerned, which can be implemented both at home and abroad. And some of the measures would include what has already been said. Number one, just beneficial ownership transparency, and specifically having public central registers of beneficial owners, which would make it easier for all accountability actors to carry out detection and investigative functions. We believe that with public registers in place, procurement entities or agencies would have better overview of potential conflict of interest situations. Enforcement agencies at home and abroad could detect and investigate corrupt transactions and money laundering more easily. But reinforcing all this, investigative journalists and civil society activists could make use of the registers to help expose corruption schemes. Likewise, publication of assets declaration would contribute to deterrence and verification work. And the signing of International Data Exchange Treaty for the verification of assets declaration would quite help. But we also think that new tools would help enforcement agencies to fulfill their mandates. For example, the use of non-conviction-based confiscation and international cooperation in such cases, as was called for in the political declaration of the UN General Assembly Special Session Against Corruption in June 2021. But cross-border enforcement could also be improved through expansion of the membership and capacity of the International Anti-Corruption Coordination Center, which assists enforcement agencies conducting challenging cross-border investigation. This could be supplemented with the use of investigation teams, and this can be increased. So therefore, as Transparency International, we see that this year of action that the summit aims to kick off provides for the conditions for meaningful engagement with civil society groups and for catalyzing public support. Civil society organizations can contribute know-how as well as help monitor follow-up to the commitments. And democracies should also do more to foster an enabling environment for civic action. Just as a last point, for example, they should adopt measures to protect independent media, whistleblowers, and activists against strategic lawsuits against public participation, also known as SLAPs. We would also like to see new frameworks for public interest organizations to bring collective compensation claims on behalf of victims of corruption. Finally, we want to just thank the US government for the announcement they've made to support the work of the Global Anti-Corruption Consortium, which brings together the OCC, PR, and Transparency International in fighting corruption and help foster this enabling environment for civic action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeFuca, and thank you for your global efforts in fighting corruption. I want to bring in Diana Salazar, the Attorney General from Ecuador, and maybe you could also comment on whether or not in your efforts, Attorney General, for unhindered access that you now have to the EU, but in your efforts for more access to, more access in Ecuador for the independence and the integrity of the justice system, what you've been able to accomplish so far has been extraordinary. What more could be helpful, including the cross-border access that Mr. DeFuca just spoke to, cross-border enforcement?
Muchísimas gracias, Andrea, y quiero agradecer al Departamento de Estado, especialmente al presidente Biden, por esta oportunidad a propósito del Día de Lucha contra la Corrupción. Efectivamente, como lo señala Hidalgo y Kaufman, la corrupción socava la capacidad de desarrollo de los estados, convirtiéndose en un muy importante obstáculo para la reducción de la pobreza y la desigualdad. limitando las oportunidades y libertades como consecuencias económicas que profundizan los problemas. Ahora bien, centrándonos en los esfuerzos que hemos venido realizando desde el Ecuador para garantizar la cooperación y proporcionar los recursos para combatir la corrupción, la creación y fortalecimiento de lazos de cooperación entre las democracias es la mejor vía para trabajar juntos en la modernización, coordinación y promoción de recursos para combatir la corrupción. Los mecanismos cooperativos como la asistencia legal mutua, establecidos en la Convención de las Naciones Unidas contra la Corrupción, deben adaptarse constantemente a la evolución, no solo de los modus operandi de los delitos de corrupción, sino también a las facilidades que nos brinda la globalización como resultado del desarrollo de las tecnologías de la información y la comunicación. Este es uno de los principales retos que tenemos que asumir como una comunidad internacional de lucha contra la corrupción. Incorporar a nuestros procedimientos los mecanismos de comunicación directa entre autoridades competentes, como lo establecen los convenios de cooperación internacional. Para fortalecer el trabajo conjunto de las democracias a escala bilateral, regional e internacional, debemos continuar innovando en soluciones que permitan articular las legislaciones de cada Estado y superar obstáculos prácticos asociados, por ejemplo, a las diferencias idiomáticas, para lograr una cabal implementación de los instrumentos de cooperación como la mencionada Convención contra la Corrupción. Además de un compromiso de cooperación internacional multipartes y un instrumento mundial oficial y vinculante, como dicha convención, también es indispensable que en cada democracia las instituciones técnicas y políticas tengan la voluntad real de comprometerse con firmeza, responsabilidad y ética en acciones conjuntas encaminadas a prevenir y contrarrestar eficazmente la corrupción. Con base en la experiencia vivida, entonces, es indispensable promover aún más una cooperación internacional que responda a estrategias comunes de prevención y lucha contra la corrupción y que cuente siempre con la participación activa de las instituciones técnicas especializadas. También se debe suscitar el constante intercambio de buenas prácticas y el fortalecimiento institucional mediante la capacitación y especialización de la cadena penal. Además de la participación en foros, redes y grupos de trabajo de carácter regional e internacional, como esta Cumbre por la Democracia, pues permiten, desde el intercambio de ideas, perspectivas e información oportuna, viabilizar los avances en la lucha contra la corrupción. Es nuestro deber, como integrantes de las democracias del mundo, seguir tendiendo puentes de cooperación para prevenir y combatir la corrupción y, sobre todo, evitar la impunidad.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. I want to turn to Daria Kaleniuk from Ukraine. Had the great opportunity to meet with you in June when I was in your country. You wrote recently for the Atlantic Council that Ukrainian oligarchs and corrupt officials who are obstructing reforms have unhindered access to the EU, which of course continues to enable corruption in Ukraine. And corruption is a big issue that you have to meet certain standards before you could have your aspiration to join NATO, as has been described by President Zelensky. How can the EU address this and help you in Ukraine? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea, for the great question. And I would like to answer it with my big thanks to Secretary Yellen for imposing today personal sanctions against 2 Ukrainian individuals who are attacking anti-corruption reforms. And what EU could do is simply to follow the lead of the United States. Because what we lack is the synchronization of the sanctions against oligarchs and against corrupt individuals in power with all well-developed democracy. So it's good to have US imposing personal visa bans and sanctions, but still the money and crooked individuals can move to countries in the European Union. And we see that there are problems with imposing sanctions there. And what we also think EU could do more is follow the leadership of the United States and simply to admit that corruption is a security threat. It's a security threat to Ukraine. We know that corruption kills. There are 200,000 troops on the border of Ukraine. I'm talking to you from Kyiv, and Kyiv is, announcing how to evacuate people. So we are preparing to war. But we know that these 200,000 troops prepared by the Kremlin regime to attack Ukraine were sent by Putin in order to protect his right to steal and rob Russian people and its natural resources. And they know that they won't be able to continue if Ukraine succeeds. If Ukraine succeeds in building rule of law, in building strong institutions, when Ukrainian people will be able to live in dignity. So, and we have quite a lot of progress there. We've done a lot. We've built independent anti-corruption institutions. We have just launched judicial reform with the help of international partners. And we are very transparent. We were the first one in Europe to open public register of beneficial owners of companies. We have the extensive asset disclosure system. And we actually call for all other countries, both in transition democracies and developed countries, to follow and to have the same asset disclosure system. I also applaud to Secretary Yellen for announcing that real estate agents will be checked, and they will have to check actually who buys real estate in the United States. I hope the same will be done in the EU. There are a lot of real estate being bought by Ukrainian or Russian or some other oligarchs and crooks in Austria, in Switzerland, and they've been bought by trusts, by companies, and it's impossible to find who actually owns this real estate. And when this information will be public, it will give more opportunities for us and for law enforcement agencies to follow, to investigate, and to prosecute.
Thank you so much, Daria Kaleniuk. I want to follow up on all of this now. First to Ruben Lefuka. Talk to me about Transparency International and what kind of international cooperation you now need from the U.S. and other countries to help you in your efforts.
Thank you very much, Andre. Transparency International, as I earlier on said, has a presence in more than 100 countries, and we've been in existence since 1993. And our work has been around a number of key areas, and currently we're looking at issues of dirty money, really addressing the problem of dirty money, addressing the challenges of state capture, but also looking at the transnational corruption. And we did just yesterday issue an open letter where we're calling on governments attending this summit to initiate a true momentum for the future of democracy by creating conditions for meaningful civic participation, especially in this coming year. And this plea is not just coming from Transparency International, it's also coming from activists around the world. And this is driven by the fact that we've had similar type of events in the past where commitments have been made and there's been very little implementation of some of those commitments. So for the democracies gathered here at this summit, our call is that you should make a global pact with a very clear plan of action. And this plan of action should include implementation of commitments to collective and individual anti-corruption measures next year. We want to see a real and prompt follow-through, which is very essential for the credibility of the initiative. We recall the London Anti-Corruption Summit in 2016. A number of commitments were made, but following through on some of those commitments, not all the countries that made commitments followed through on them. So we're making this plea for a global pact from the democracies gathered here. And like I earlier on said, one of the key areas that democracies can work on is to update the enforcement and justice toolkits in order to fill the gaps in the implementation, as well as the gaps and corruption challenges within the international anti-corruption framework, in much the same way that they committed to do that in the political declaration of June 2021 at the UN. Thus far, we have not seen the same commitment to stem the flow of the process of corruption, as we have seen efforts to counter terrorist financing. So in our view, corruption is also an existential threat to democracies. Countries committed to combating illicit financial flows should work together with civil society and other stakeholders to create roadmaps to guide country, regional, and global action. And the roadmap I'm talking about, which we are proposing, should include specific steps to improve information sharing, such as the exchange of financial data. And this would go a long way towards preventing processes of corruption from easily entering global financial systems, including through greater transparency of beneficial ownership information. And another approach we are proposing is to create a joint fund to collectively support networks of journalists engaging in cross-border investigative work to expose corruption and activists driving systemic change. The support should include providing assistance where they face repression. I also want to just conclude by urging the advanced democratic economies like the US to respect treaty commitments and enforce existing laws and make use of available justice mechanisms to tackle transnational corruption linked to their jurisdictions. For example, much more could be done in major exporting countries to enforce against bribery of foreign public officials by their companies. Transparency International did produce a report last year in which you found that of the 47 major exporting countries surveyed, only 4 actively enforce their own laws against foreign bribery. This is an obligation under the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention, as well as the UN Convention Against Corruption. Therefore, countries should show that they are serious about fighting corruption, and this should include ensuring that processes of foreign bribery are confiscated and returned to victims. Thank you.
Thank you. And Attorney General Salazar, if you could also answer, what more do you need internationally from global partners to fight corruption at home?
Consideramos en el Ecuador que las asociaciones público-privadas son un puntal importantísimo para luchar contra la corrupción. Toda vez que en los últimos años se han consolidado como una forma de abordar los problemas sociales, jurídicos, económicos, considerando el desarrollo con la vinculación al sector de la cooperación internacional. De esta manera, dejan de ser un fenómeno aislado para convertirse en un mecanismo en plena madurez para, a la vez, tener una estrategia clave en la política pública. En la lucha contra la corrupción, y no solamente quisiera enfocar al caso del Ecuador, sino a nivel general, estas alianzas podrían describirse como una relación de agencia en la que una o más personas contratan a otra para realizar algún servicio en su nombre. Así ya tenemos algunas entidades como Transparencia Internacional, asociaciones que pueden coadyuvar en la investigación de casos para que el Estado, con las agencias encargadas del cumplimiento de la ley, puedan asumir la prevención y sobre todo la erradicación y luchar contra la impunidad. En consecuencia, diversos esfuerzos internacionales para combatir la corrupción generalmente contienen una clara estrategia de política criminal que pretende incentivar a las empresas, que son los puntos generadores de riesgo, a responsabilizarse de la prevención de actos delictivos inherentes a su actividad. De esta manera, la prevención de la delincuencia corporativa requiere de esta asociación público-privada que la estamos llamando más eficiente, que debe ver a las empresas como posibles objetivos criminales y las convierte en entidades cooperantes durante la investigación, el enjuiciamiento de los delitos comerciales y sobre todo en aquellos que afectan a la administración pública. Con la acción colectiva resultante de estos lazos de cooperación, el sector corporativo se convierte en un agente significativo del cambio, principalmente en lo concerniente a las políticas y procedimientos anticorrupción. Así, desde la raíz de esta relación entre las instituciones públicas, las corporaciones, se entiende la debilidad del monopolio estatal en la prevención de delitos empresariales y sobre todo en lo que nos concierne aquí, la prevención de la corrupción vinculada a las inversiones internacionales. Por otra parte, no se podría dejar de lado que por medio de estas estrategias se crean plataformas de confianza que estimulan la colaboración, cooperación e incremento de los índices de transparencia. Además, gracias a su adaptabilidad a diversas formas de aplicación, desde acuerdos a corto plazo o iniciativas de larga data con aplicación externa, el modelo de alianzas público-privadas en la prevención de la corrupción basaría un funcionamiento efectivo de incentivos cada vez más variados para esta cooperación. Incluso obteniendo este compromiso del sector privado, estamos nosotros reduciendo el riesgo que se tiene frente a los actos de corrupción.
Thank you so much, Attorney General Salazar. And Daria Kaleniuk, you alluded to today's sanctions against Andrei Portnov. How much impact would that have? How important do you think these sanctions are? And are there others who you think also need to be targeted?
These personal sanctions are very important because they are targeting individuals who are abusing their power in order to prevent Ukrainian institutions from change. And one of the individuals who was sanctioned, and we were campaigning for sanctioning him, is the head of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. Just a year ago, the Constitutional Court, under the leadership of this person, suggested and made a decision that entire anti-corruption reforms we were building for the last 7 years are unconstitutional, and he didn't explain why. And you know, there are many corrupt officials within judicial system, within prosecutorial system, within the security service of Ukraine, who are there just to prevent anti-corruption institutions and rule of law from succeeding. And, you know, they don't like to travel for their vacations to Russia or to China. They prefer to travel and make shopping in Vienna, to study in US, and to receive health treatment somewhere in Germany. So for them, the real punishment and the real threat is actually to cut this access from the West. And I think it's fair. If they are preventing Ukraine from fair democratic transformation and from joining the democratic countries and well-established democracies on the West, then they should also lose access to the West. So that is very important, and I hope that the Treasury will keep going and will continue. And I'm very glad that there is the Global Magnitsky Act implemented in the US, which allows us, civil society activists, to submit requests, to collect data, and to ask the Treasury or State Department to react. This really helps us, and we see that it has changed. We see that these people, more people who would want to abuse their office are afraid of doing so. And again, what I have told, we see that there is lack of such move from Europe. We hope that this will be changed. I was expecting to hear some commitments, and probably they will be announced later during the Summit of Democracies from the countries from the EU member states. But Susanna Chaputova is in the same panel. She's from the EU member state. In June this year, we want to prove that Ukraine is actually democracy in action. President Biden told that democracy needs action, it's not static. We believe that Ukraine is real democracy in action, and in June we will hold the international gathering where we will review all commitments which were done at this forum, at Democracy Forum today, and we see how they have been implemented. And we also hope that all these great announcements from the US strategy, including the new coming regulations from the Treasury, will be working, and it will be opportunity to celebrate actually the implementation of promises and implementation of the strategy, both by the US but also by other countries, including EU member states. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all of you for joining this panel. You've all made such significant contributions to a better global understanding of how corruption erodes confidence in government in different societies. Special thanks to our host, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, whose broad experience in the Federal Reserve, the White House, the Economic Council there, and now the Treasury is so suited to combating this scourge here and around the world. It's clear to me, I think to all of us today, that we have a lot of work to do together to create a better world. As a journalist over many decades, I have reported on the best and the worst of governments and know all too well how corruption erodes public confidence in our institutions. I'm grateful to all of you for taking so much time today to join us in the search for solutions. It's clear we have work to do to create safer, more equitable societies. All of us, journalists, elected leaders, those working in civil society, have important roles to play, and I hope we can all leave today's conversation with new ideas on how we can make our countries better places in which to live. Thank you all so much. Good day.
Hello. I want to begin by thanking President Biden and Vice President Harris for inviting me to be a part of this summit, for their commitment to this incredibly important discussion, and to all those participating for your focus on this issue. Healthy democracies require healthy relationships amongst citizens and their governments. Keeping these relationships healthy requires a constant commitment to listening, learning, and always working to do better. It needs an authentic effort to reach consensus, compromise when necessary, and accept that we won't, and in fact should not, win every debate. And it takes humility to realize that no single party or person has all the best ideas. Citizens and those elected to serve must also understand the point of view, the goals, and the fears of those whom we disagree. The health of democratic nations themselves depends on listening to and considering other perspectives. What we've experienced in the U.S. from both major parties is a steady erosion of the basic civility and respect that's so essential to the health of our democratic republic. Some of this is by accident, and unfortunately, some of it is by design. Just 11 months ago, for example, we saw our president fuel a campaign to undermine and try to overturn the results of a free, fair, and legal election. The election was overseen by nonpartisan officials across the country and validated by governors of both political parties, which proved the system worked and the values of democracy prevailed when tested. Yet, we can't lose sight of the fact that one person's ego led us to a very low moment in American history. This is a powerful reminder of why we must always guard against authoritarianism and the manipulation of would-be dictators from both the right and the left. It's critical for our nation to humbly reflect on these events and the many years leading up to them and learn from it to make our nation and all democracies more durable. Because democracy is only as strong as our commitment to it, and we can't let our guard down. In his farewell to the nation, Republican Senator John McCain, someone I greatly admired, reminded Americans that the power of democracies is in their relentlessly optimistic commitment to freedom, fairness, and human rights. He warned, however, that these systems are weakened when we confuse patriotism with tribal rivalries that have sown resentment, hatred, and violence in all the corners of the globe. Political polarization, what Senator McCain called tribal rivalries, is one of the most greatest threats to our nations and our ability to protect human rights. When we stop listening and learning from each other, when we can't debate issues and find common ground and a path forward, when we refuse to consider another person's point of view, or insist one party or politician is always right or always wrong, we're eroding core democratic values. And make no mistake, other nations who don't share our commitment to the fundamental rights of all people use these fractures to destabilize and divide us further. Now, to be clear, a vigorous and healthy debate is a good thing. It ensures that tough questions are asked, ideas are tested, and different perspectives are heard. Unfortunately, we've reached a tipping point where political debates and activism have turned intensely personal, sometimes downright hateful, at a time when our challenges are in desperate need of more dialogue and understanding. The words of war, like assault and attack, are too frequently used around issues like budget choices or tax policy. Debates are often described as battles. And when legitimate policy debates are characterized in the terms of violence and war, people stop listening and become defensive, fearful, and angry. The opportunity for real discussion and compromise slips away. Frustration grows. The divide deepens. The relationship between citizens is poisoned by hyperpartisanship, and the destructive cycle of polarization repeats. Worse yet, this divisiveness fuels hate and violence. But in a democracy, there's always hope. We know by working together, we can reverse these trends. Calvin Coolidge, a Republican and America's 30th president, who grew up in my state of Vermont, wisely said, "The only way I know to drive out evil from the country is by filling it with good." Filling the world with good, created by healthy democracies, is the best way to guard against authoritarianism. By expanding liberty and justice, we show how to engage in complex debates with both conviction and civility, improve the strength of every nation in its diversity of people and opinion. Democracies are a beacon of personal and economic freedom and opportunity. They cast a bright, hopeful, and optimistic light, in stark contrast to the dark and oppressive regimes elsewhere. If we follow this path, if we fill the world with good and set the example, We'll rise above those who seek to dim the bright light of democracy, and democratic societies will flourish across the globe. Again, thanks for taking part in this important discussion and listening to my thoughts. I look forward to hearing more of yours as well. I'm now very pleased to turn the floor over to my friend and colleague, Governor Janet Mills, the Governor of the great state of Maine.
Hello, I'm Maine's Governor, Janet Mills. Governor Phil Scott and I are of different political parties, but we're proud to work together on many things. Perhaps because we both hail from New England, where our towns still engage in town meeting, the purest form of democracy. It's when all members of the community, teachers, students, firefighters, farmers, rich and poor, young and old, have an equal voice and an equal vote in the decisions of the day. Sometimes it's a bit rough and tumble, a little bit of friction, discord, and rivalry, but it's rarely about political party. It's always about policy, and it's civil, because we know we'll run into each other again the next day around town. Sometimes citizens sit down after town meeting and break bread together. It's perhaps because of that tradition that we New England governors, 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats, have managed to rise above party and work together through troubled times like the current pandemic. The democratic process isn't always pretty, and it's not meant to be easy. Nationally, there's fierce debate among people with differing opinions, and some of it's pretty acrimonious. It's that acrimony that captures the attention of the media and the headline writers. But those headlines often overshadow the hard work of those who work hand in hand with each other in good faith to reach common ground and to solve the problems of the day. That's the work I'm so proud of here in Maine, where, despite disagreements, lawmakers of all political parties are dedicated to making life better for the people. Republicans, Democrats, and independents in our state joined to pass legislation that I signed into law to protect health care coverage for Maine people with pre-existing conditions and to regulate prescription drugs. We passed a bipartisan budget that fully funds public education, that helps families, small businesses, homeowners, and renters, and that sends money back to Maine people who worked during the pandemic. We came together as Democrats, Republicans, and independents to enact laws that combat climate change through conservation and aggressive renewable portfolio standards, putting us on track to become carbon neutral by 2045. And we came together to create the Maine Connectivity Authority to expand high-speed internet across the state, investing millions in new federal funding, thank you, Mr. President, to make broadband accessible and affordable for all our people. People crossed party lines to get these important things done. That's democracy in action. In Maine, we welcome and encourage everyone to participate in their government by voting. And to make that easier, I signed into law measures for online voter registration and for automatic voter registration. Safe access to the ballot box has been particularly important during the COVID-19 pandemic. But last year, about 78% of all eligible Maine people turned out to vote in the general election, one of the highest voter participation rates in the country. And around 60% of them voted absentee, often using our new secure ballot drop boxes. We adapted to preserve our precious right to vote without sacrificing the health of our people. Here in Maine and across New England, we will continue to bring people of all political parties together to solve problems and strengthen democracy. That's a goal shared by our next speaker, a woman with whom I was proud to serve when we were both attorneys general of our respective states. She has spent her career in public service advocating for equal rights and encouraging people to raise their voices by stepping into the voting booth. As Attorney General of California, she led our nation's efforts to enact marriage equality and to promote equal rights for all. As a United States Senator, she crafted bipartisan legislation to secure our elections, reinforcing our confidence that the outcomes of elections are free and fair. And now, as Vice President, she's defending democracy here at home and across the globe, standing up against those forces that would undermine, eliminate, or threaten the right of everyone to vote. When the days are darkest and our differences seem too many to overcome, Vice President Kamala Harris reminds us not to lose hope. She reminds us that though the design of our democracy is often tested, we must not despair. We are joyful warriors fighting for a better world. And so I am honored to introduce our Vice President and a great friend to democracy, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Governor Janet Mills. It's good to see you, and thank you for your leadership and your friendship. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to join leaders from around the world as we conclude the first day of the Summit for Democracy. As I have discussed with many of you, I believe our world is at the start of a new era, an era with new challenges, an era with new opportunities, an era that is defined by interconnection and interdependence. In this new era, I believe that democracy is our world's best hope, not because it is perfect, but because of its principles, because it delivers for the people. Democracy protects human rights and promotes human dignity. It is a means to create peace and prosperity. It is a means to solve our greatest challenges, from COVID-19 to the climate crisis. It is, then, of particular concern, of urgent concern, that democracy is presently under threat and for 15 years has been on the decline. Around the world, autocrats have become emboldened. Human rights violations have multiplied, and corruption is undermining progress. And misinformation is undermining public confidence. And so it is incumbent on each of us, individually and collectively, to take action. Here in the United States, we know that our democracy is not immune from threats. January 6th looms large in our collective conscience. And the anti-voter laws that many states have passed are part of an intentional effort to exclude Americans from participating in our democracy. In our democracy, in every democracy, a representative government is foundational, and the right to vote is fundamental. And so, ensuring every eligible American can access that right is a top priority for our administration, and an effort that I am proud to lead. We know that the right to vote cannot be taken for granted. At every turn, it must be safeguarded and strengthened. And so, our Department of Justice has increased its efforts to enforce federal voting rights laws, and our executive branch is taking further action to strengthen the right to vote. But executive action alone is not enough. Our Congress must act. Right now, there are two bills before the United States Congress, the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Taken together, these bills would help to ensure that every eligible American can vote and have their vote counted in a free, fair, and transparent election. Today, as the world watches, the President and I reiterate our call for swift passage of these bills. We know our work at home will make us stronger for the world. We also know that the strength of our democracy is tied to the strength of democracies worldwide. And so we are equally committed to combating threats to democracy wherever they exist. Threats such as corruption, which corrodes public trust, fuels inequality, and can destabilize nations and entire regions. On Monday, our administration released our first ever U.S. strategy on countering corruption. Through this strategy, we will deepen our understanding and response to the transnational dimension of this threat, which I know from my work with leaders around the world is critical. In addition, because human rights and democracy are inextricably linked, the United States has also rejoined the United Nations Human Rights Council. Together, we must protect the rights of people with disabilities, the rights of people of color, the rights of indigenous peoples, LGBTQI+ rights, and women's rights. In March, I addressed the UN Commission on the Status of Women, and I will say what I said then. I strongly believe the status of women is the status of democracy. The exclusion of women in decision-making is a marker of a flawed democracy, and the full participation of women strengthens democracy. To that end, our administration has launched the first national strategy on gender equity and equality. We are working to defend equal rights, including reproductive rights, which are at grave risk here in the United States. And we are working with partners around the world to promote the full participation of women and girls. So I will conclude today with a short story. So this week, as we know, Olaf Scholz took office as the Chancellor of Germany. And the President and I both look forward to working with him as we did with his predecessor. And on that point, back in July, this last July, I welcomed German Chancellor Angela Merkel to my residence here in Washington, D.C. We spoke then about the status of democracy in our respective nations and around the world. And I mentioned my belief that democracy is marked by both its strength and its fragility. It was a thoughtful and a powerful conversation, and it was also very personal. The Chancellor shared what it was like to live behind the Iron Curtain, and I shared how the civil rights movement influenced my upbringing. Though we grew up in different times and places under very different circumstances, the importance of democracy in our own lives was and remains clear. As we address the present threats to democracy, as we work to prove its value and vitality in this new era, as leaders of our world, we must all remember that democracy is neither an abstract concept nor a static state. Democracy lives in the people. Democracy is the people. And democracy is our best hope. So as we go forward, let us do the work that democracy requires. Let us go to work. Let us deliver together for the people. Thank you.